Alrighty. Hey CJ, Lozo. Back for the daily RNG ball scrubbing again. Yep. Didn't realize I left it off the main pad. I left it tabbed out, so no music. How's the heat treating me? What heat? I'm still eating, so I'll be a minute or two before I hop in. Lack of rain where I'm at? I don't know, I haven't been watching the rain. It certainly hasn't been hot though. It's been pretty cool even. Actually, I'm curious. What temperature is it right now? Apparently right now it's 17 degrees. It's going to drop down to about 8 or 9 by the morning. It's nothing too crazy. It certainly isn't hot. Also, I started a new game. I didn't quite catch up to where I was, but close enough. I wasn't very far into the game anyway. I felt like playing a mage character, because it seems to be dumping melee characters on me. Plus, playing mages in games like this is usually pretty fun. Until I have to redo one of the quests. 34 degrees where you are. God damn. You're in Queensland though, aren't you? That's, yeah. I mean, it never really gets that hot down here in Victoria, but in the middle of summer, sometimes you get those really hot days. Like, I think they get hotter days down here than they did in Queensland where I used to live. But it's not as humid, and it's not consistent either. Like, it's... You still get cold days in summer. And that is true. A cool breeze is very, very nice on a hot day. I think we've been getting a reasonable amount of rain, but it doesn't really make much difference to me because it's just always cool down here. We'll see how it is in summer. I mean, I've been down in Victoria during summer, but never very long. I think the longest I've been down here during summer is about 2 weeks. I've spent way more time down here during winter, but now that I'm living here, maybe it'll be different. Alright, I'm gonna put this plate in the sink, and then we can get going. Alright. Yeah, I really don't like humidity. It's kind of especially annoying when you've got eczema like I do, because sweating makes it worse. But, you know, I lived in the tropics for fucking years, so, kind of got used to it, I guess. Or as used to it as you can. Doesn't make it good, but it was refreshing to come down here. Because I feel like I'm not sweating my ass off all the time. All my characters are different level. I don't think I can grind or anything like that. But... when in doubt, there's console commands. So I learned. So I also picked up some more side quests this time, because this time I spent more time talking to people around camp, and turns out there are more side quests. Maybe, before that fight that I was at last time, maybe I was simply meant to be higher level, I don't know. But I guess I'll do these other side quests and see how it goes. Wait, where am I?
Will do.
Oh, I'm off screen. I don't know what I'm doing here. Travel to the remote settlement. The way of the Horde, I guess. Death Knell told you that villagers in this remote settlement were willing to join the chorus. Find the settlers and convince them to join the chorus. Okay. I picked up all the quests, I just don't remember at this point. Alright, they're dying then. She shouldn't have had to do that. Walk that far.
Well.
Oh, they have different cooldowns. Nice.
I got it.
Stay-at-home mother of none. That's quite a name. Watch the tyranny unfold? Well, we'll see how it unfolds, I guess. Who is actually attacking him right now?
On it.
I can't.
What the hell was hitting him just then? Like, none of them were attacking him. None of them were targeting him. You curious about this game? Well, I hope you like RNG, because, this game's got a lot of fucking RNG. In fact, it's almost entirely RNG. Feels like I'm playing D&D. Usually active. I don't know. Boomer's usually pretty quiet. He's usually quite busy lately, so he pops in from time to time, and I talk to him sometimes on Discord. But usually he's working at the same time that I'm streaming. Better or worse than Pathfinder for RNG? I mean, at the moment it's a little better for RNG, but this is the start of the game, so it's kind of hard to judge.
I got it.
Time to see if I can kill Death Knell, I guess.
On it.
Hey Doris, feeling better? Nope, I feel like shit. Kind of look like Pillars of Eternity. Well, I mean, most CRPGs are gonna look the same on the surface, I guess. It doesn't really function like Pillars does, though. Pillars was pretty low on the accuracy memes. Pillars was actually quite good for having very little in the way of accuracy memes. I got something. I don't know what it was, but I got something. Ranged accuracy, interesting. But that isn't what I just got though. I got something else, but probably should put some of this equipment on. I feel like I'm just going to be basically stacking gear that has plus precision on it to avoid accuracy memes. But we shall see, I suppose. Anything to maximize accuracy. Cleansing charm. Immunity to poison. Oh, that's not bad. I mean, I haven't been poisoned yet, but couldn't hurt. So what is this? 5.3, 5.3, 5.21. What about you? What the? Why doesn't that say... Okay. Hey, Ragnar. What is this? Got accuracy 3. Alright. What does hers got? Accuracy 1. What has he got? That's right, he can't change his equipment. He literally can't change his equipment because it is melded to his body. Wouldn't that mean, though, that he's kind of gonna fall off later? He needs a helmet, too. I didn't realize he wasn't wearing one. This one's got 3 accuracy as well, actually. He's like Shredder from Ninja Turtles, but like stupid. He doesn't seem stupid. He seems actually pretty intelligent. I mean, he looks kind of weird. He's got that dung eater build, you know. But he seems like a pretty, I don't know, intelligent fellow. What has this got? No accuracy, therefore garbage. No accuracy, therefore garbage. Would I weld? He didn't do that by choice. He miraculously survived it happening, more accurately. Got the donkey eater build, yeah. How's it going, Marlo? He's a bit barrel-bodied, you could say. He's short and stocky and very rotund. Yeah, basically, if it doesn't have accuracy on it, it's garbage, because this is an accuracy meme game. How does he poop? Inside his suit, so he stinks really bad. Or that's how he's described when you first meet him. It says that he reeks of shit and piss and blood. Because, that's just how he is. So the whole Edict of Storms or whatever in the intro, where the giant cyclone of steel and fire and all of that bullshit that hit the capital, he survived it, but a whole lot of steel just got welded to his body. So yeah, he can't take that armor off. That's just what he looks like now. So it's implied that the people who serve Grey Ash or whatever the fuck his name is, have some kind like that guy that Grey Ash guy has got some kind of thing that keeps his dudes from dying, providing they aren't like you know, decapitated or bisected or something like that. It seems to imply something like that in a tidbit that I read. So, like, if they're just, like, burned alive, they won't actually die, providing that he comes and, I don't know, heals them? They didn't explain that. It just implies that they can't die. As long as he's around, they can't die unless, like, they lose their head. Yes, that is correct, Loza. That is correct. This guy throws pens at his enemies between casting spells. So he has slightly reduced max HP.
Will do.
Yep, truly the Wizard of Oz cast we always wanted.
You learn something every day.
So I've already read this. Because when I did my first playthrough, I did like the first few quests. I just started a new character. I started a new character because I wanted to play a mage. But I also wanted to have a slightly more competent build. I didn't end up actually looking up best builds or anything. But I did learn that this game has got console commands. So if I get stuck, I can just say fuck you and give myself 2 levels to everyone. Or I could just turn it down to easy. I don't fucking care at this point. I just want to get through and enjoy the story. As soon as I learned that this game is accuracy memes, I kind of stopped caring a bit. The care factor went down substantially when I realized that this was a D&D game. Not that it's actually D&D. This is not D&D. But it might as well be if it's going to be relying on accuracy memes. Bronze axe. One-handed. Oh, that's pretty good.
Huh.
Staff of Titans. Let's see. It's funny because, I don't actually have a cough right now, but right before I started stream, when I was making something to eat, I choked on a piece of cheese. And somehow, that has left my throat feeling a bit funny. And now I have a slight cough. Axes are cooler than swords. Of all the things to choke on, it was just a tiny piece of cheese. Just a tiny piece of cheese. Like I was slicing up some cheese to put on a sandwich, and I cut off a little bit. Oh, just cheddar. Nothing crazy. I just cut off a little bit for myself as I was making a sandwich and managed to choke on it. Just some aged cheddar, nothing crazy. Oh, Katars have got really high accuracy. Interesting. They don't as high on DPS, but they've got a huge bonus to accuracy. Accuracy plus 11. One-handed hammer. Got that bonk. Right. It's got more DPS, less accuracy. Well, accuracy is the only stat that matters, so. They are exactly the same. Oh,
Can't do that. Trouble is afoot. Right. Take that! Can't do that.
wait, why can't you do that? Cannot save while in combat. Huh, that's interesting.
Can't do that.
I know there's another trap around here somewhere. I wonder if I could start the fight by casting on these
I got it.
guys.
You got it. Found something.
Can't tell if I'm sick or dying over here. At once.
I got it.
Alright, I'll let them recover and cool down. I've actually got pretty high loyalty with her, so I could probably do the conversation asking her about whether she's a spy or not. No accuracy.
Can't do that. Ain't that odd.
Oh yeah, I should probably customize this.
I'd say that's worth a second glance.
I'm curious to see what becomes of him, actually. Alright. I already read all this stuff. Well, I'm not gonna lie.
I got
Reading
it.
too much, like, at the moment, focus... It's not as bad today as it was yesterday, but, like, focusing and reading kind of gives me a bit of a headache. So this is probably the worst possible kind of game to be playing right now. But, it is what it is, I guess. I wasn't gonna, like, drop it and play something else just because of, headache. So these guys, unfortunately, won't be lured into the traps because they stop here and wait for me.
Heads up, we have company.
Oh, he walked over a trap there. That's kind of funny. You need to drink a potion. God damn.
I better not wake up dead.
No nightmare creatures too? Alright. They're fine. Although they're
Right.
wounded, they are otherwise fine. Weird that I can't loot them,
Sorry, I can't.
but whatever. We got another quest over here, and a quest there, but I'll do the quest over here first, I guess. I don't know how much accuracy really matters as a mage. And I don't know how much might matters on a dual-wielding character. I don't know if this means that they straight up can't... Oh, it's a buff that stops things from engaging her. Okay. I'm sure I can probably fucking respec them later anyway. If I really wanted to, I could just use console to do that. I'd rather not do any of that shit. But, you know, I'm beyond the point of caring. Additional spell slots. Interesting. Plus 10 lore. Hmm. Kind of weird that these are all just about magic stuff, not my spells themselves. Kind of strange. What is leadership? Well, whatever. I'll take it. I wish I had more space on the action bar, though, not gonna lie. Because, like, look at this. This is all I've got. I don't think I can add more bars. At least, I don't think I can. I don't know if anyone's played this game. Can they confirm or deny this? Can you have, like, additional action bar? Because I would want to have more slots. There's just not very many. There's frankly just not very many. And as a mage, you want a lot more than that. You want a hell of a lot more than that. Oh, that's actually quite good. Too bad I don't have a two-handed weapon user. I can't hide his helmet. That's kind of funny. He's the only one that doesn't have the hide helmet option. I mean, it makes sense, you know. If you could hide his helmet, that would be a bit weird. But I kind of want to know what he looks like. Alright, so... how do I, like, change what's on my action bar? Do I have, like, a skill book? Because, like... this is an active ability. I would like to put it on my action bar. But... I can't. Like, I don't know how.
Sorry, I can't.
I mean, I guess I'm Googling it. It seems you can't. It seems you can't. I don't know why so many like, okay, this has been a thing in every single CRPG that I've played. There's been people on forums saying, "Hey, can we have more action bars? Can we have more action bars? Can we have more action bars? Can we have more action bars?" And it seems that quite literally none of the developers for literally any CRPG has ever once looked at the forum of any CRPG ever made. Because that is always the number one question. Can we have more action bars? I'll never understand that. I don't get it. Like, how can the devs have literally never looked at the forums or Reddit or whatever of literally any CRPG ever made. You could go onto any CRPG forum, anyone. Take anyone, doesn't matter which one it is. Quite literally any of them, and they will all have the exact same thing. Can we have more action bars? Can we have the ability to have an extra action bar? And if there's mods for the game, you know what the number one mod usually is? More action bars. Yet the devs somehow just don't. They're just not aware of this, somehow. I'll never understand. You would think that in a genre like this, the devs themselves would be pretty into the community. When the devs try to listen to everyone, yeah, I mean, trying to cater to literally everything is one thing, but that is literally the top thing in every single CRPG. You always need more action bars. Just give the option to have more action bars. Like, I understand not wanting to have literally every little thing that everyone asks for or whatever. Because most people don't care. Hey, I want to have cat ears. Most people don't give a shit about that. But if there's something that is so universally asked for within the entire genre, not even in a particular game, it's so universally demanded, you would think that at least one of them, at least one of the devs for one of the games would have listened to it. At least in Divinity, you have multiple action bars, but you have to swap between them. You can't just like have them layered on top of each other. You have to like scroll between them. You can have like 10 different bars if you wanted to. You just can't have them all visible at the same time. And that's the best you're ever going to get. I don't know why other games don't at least offer that. I'm just trying to figure out how to put new things on there. Should just allow add-ons? How's it going, Watson? I don't know if they, I mean, this game has got mods, like on Nexus mods or whatever. I don't know if this game has got, you know, like particularly good, like add-on slash mod integration. Uh, I had a glance at the mods. I just wasn't that interested. I just, need to figure out how to put new things on my bar. I got a new skill, and I want to put it on the action bar. I don't know how to put it on the action bar. Like, I can delete this one, but like, oh, it just put something. Okay, so that's the skill that I wanted to put on there. So it just put on a
Sorry,
skill.
I can't.
It put a new skill on there. I don't really know how it works, but it put the thing that I want on there, so that's fine, I guess. Yeah, I noticed that there was a few mods there. I didn't
Will
really
do.
look into them though, to be honest. Anyway, that'll do. I just needed to put that skill on there. I feel like this is going to be a problem with this character though, because as a mage, you're going to have a lot of skills. And you only have one action bar of like, what, 8 buttons. And you get a lot of skills, like, especially with your party members. So every party member has got 1 or 2 combo skills with the main character, depending on what your reputation with them is. So, like, you can do reputation skills with your characters, and they take up action bar slots too. Like, 8 buttons is definitely not enough. A night. A Wednesday indeed. Although, speaking of pillars, I wish this was more like pillars. Oh shit, this guy's got fucked up. Because you know what pillars didn't do? Accuracy memes. No accuracy, garbage. Earthshaker stuff. +2 accuracy. I think that's worse than what I've got there, because I've got things with +3 accuracy, so... Is that +2? Well, he can't change his. +3. +3. Whoops, not enough accuracy.
Sorry, I can't. Look at that, future...
That's a lot of dudes. It's the Fate Binder. Yeah, it is the Fate Binder. Thank you for noticing me.
corpse.
I don't know why you're at the front and why you're at the back. What? You. Attack this guy, please. And you. God damn it. The targeting of your characters, you have to target their feet if you want to select them. You have to, like, target their feet for whatever reason. Oh, she is going to get super fucked over there, too. But hey, what can you do? Oh, and what are you doing? Why are you walking all the way over there? She is super duper fucked. I might just have to reload the fight. The AI in this one is particularly dubious.
I better not wake up dead.
She is waking up dead.
Is that ink? No, wait. It's blood.
On it.
Two of them are down. I mean, I might be able to actually win this somehow. You doing the skill?
I feel much improved.
Can you, like, get the fuck off of her, please?
Will do.
I don't know what he's doing now, but...
Smashed to pieces.
On it.
Let's give them something to remember.
The taunt doesn't seem to do
Nothing
anything
stands
as
in our
well.
way.
Okay, so you go over and attack this
I'm
guy.
not here to make friends.
Oh, that guy literally disengaged from combat. Interesting. I was wondering why he was just standing over there. It's because he left combat.
Wowzers.
Wowzers. Lozo with the tier 3 for 18 years. Thank you very much, Lozo. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Tier 3 is fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with these, but the AI is something in this game. The AI is something. Everyone's going crazy to get Oasis tickets. I mean, I'm familiar with Oasis, but I couldn't tell you what their biggest songs are or something. I just know the name. And I'm sure I've heard many of their songs. But I am really bad. Unless it's a band that I really actively listen to, I'm really bad for, like, putting names to faces, so to speak. Wonderwall? Oh, yeah, of course. Okay. £900. Couple of 50-year-old crackheads taking turns to sing out of tune. I mean, I have never seen them live, or even a live recording, so... Anyway, here's Wonderwall. No accuracy. Hey, Kelvin. Don't look back in anger. I don't know, dude. I've seen a couple of bands live. The biggest band that I've seen live was AC/DC, and it was alright. But, like, I'm not a fan of live music. As much as really, I really like listening to music. I'm pretty big into certain types of music in particular, and I listen to a lot of music in general. But I don't like live music. And I don't like going to live performances in general. Probably because I don't like loud noises, believe it or not. But, yeah, I'd be happy to listen to all their music. I just don't want to go and see them live. Blur, Prodigy. I've heard that Prodigy is, they put on a good show. Or I guess did. Didn't the frontman of Prodigy die or something? Who leveled up? Ah, you did. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that Prodigy is the best live show they've seen. Wait, who got a point? Barrack did. Oh, yeah, he got a point in the thing that I'd already got a point into, so I didn't recognize it. -1 result. What does resolve do? Determines the character's ability to endure physical and mental challenges. Resolve's primary attribute to derive the endurance. Whatever. Okay, so it's like, it's not magic resist, it's like, I think, status resist. Yeah, duration of afflictions and whatnot. Yeah, it's alright, I guess. Take this. Missing Earthshakers. Oh, I didn't realize it was suicide, but yeah. I remember hearing about one of the
Can't
dudes
do that.
dying. Red Hot Chili Peppers live was kind of lame. Really? I would have thought that they would put on quite the show. Weren't they notorious for getting their dicks out in when going live or some shit? Or was that just one of them? Like the bass guitars or something. Although at this point, like, that's been the thing for so many bands where it's like, we get our dick out on stage. It's like so many people have done that now at this point that it's like, oh, it's another guy that does that. Cool. Really. I mean, a lot of bands are like that, Night, where, like, it doesn't matter how good they are in recording, live is just something else. Like, some bands are kind of notorious for being shit live. What was it? I think it was Dragon Force that were notorious for never being able to perform very well live. A lot of bands are like that, though, because recording in a studio is pretty different and pretty different to playing on stage. Yeah, apparently, I've heard Green Day and, shit. What's their name? I can remember the names of all their songs, not the band themselves. Living End. Apparently, Green Day and the Living End are both very good live, like they sound just as they do when they're recording. Living End, many may not be aware of, though. because they are an Australian band, but apparently they're really good live, or were. I don't know if they're still active. I kind of lost interest in them when they started changing their style. But I liked them a lot when I was a kid. Stare stonily. For a disfavored, that guy seemed a little bit shaky. The Offspring. I listened to them a ton when I was a teenager. I have no idea about how they are live, though.
Interesting.
Offspring has... Yeah, they've definitely had their mix. Some of their albums are fucking great, and then other ones are just garbage, and it's like, alright. 10 hours, 45 minutes. Damn, dude, that's quite the trek. I feel like I should rest. But I feel like I might get like a scripted rest or something. She's got 2 wounds. So does he, actually. Oh, actually, you know, before I head out, I could hand in a quest that I had here. I think. Oh, shit. Hang on a second. Prisoner of Society was, what, was that the Northern Clearing? Oh, wait, no, it is Echo Call. Hang on a second. China the Disabled Camp, Echo Call. And this is also Echo... Okay, thank God. I thought I missed something at a different area for a second there. I guess that other quest was just already completed. Okay, that one was completed out there. I didn't have to actually come back here and report. Oh, man. I do not like reading this much. Wait, who did you think we were talking about, Loza? Living End was just like some, I guess, like post-punk, pop-punk, whatever the fuck you want to call it, band from the, what, I think 90s? Early 2000s in Australia? When did they actually start? When did Living End start? Oh yeah, they're pretty. People are just weird about what they call newer iterations of punk. I'm not sure what they'd be classified as, but yeah, their older stuff is much more punk than the newer stuff, which was a bit more poppy. Let's see, Living End. The Living End, formed in '94. Okay, I thought they were formed in like '91 or '90 or something. Apparently, they're from Melbourne. Genre metal. Yeah, that is not correct. But Google is never correct, so here it is. But they had a few pretty good albums. And then they kind of went way more into the kind of emo trend in the early 2000s, which was a bit meh. Not like all of their songs in that era were bad, but they certainly weren't as good as their older stuff. They did pretty well over here, though, but they're an Australian band, so nothing too surprising. Ian Watkins of the Lost Prophets. I'm aware of the name, the Lost Prophets, but I don't know. I don't know the guy, and I don't know really the band. Would have heard some of their songs. I mean, what did he do? What exactly did he do to be that bad? Babies, damn. It's pretty rough. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the band though. I'm rarely familiar with the individual band members of bands. Like, unless it's a band that I listen to a lot and then I've like looked up what the individuals have done. Like, for example, Les Claypool, he's done heaps of other shit, so I've looked him up and seen the other stuff that he's done. But otherwise, usually it's like, oh yeah, I like this band, cool. I don't even know who's in it, but I like the band. I usually just don't care. Yeah, I imagine if you've got a particular interest in someone's work, like with their instrument, like for example, a guitarist, that makes sense. I know several people who play guitar who, but I have a particular interest in, Jeff Loomis and I don't know, fucking Tosin Abasi and whatever. Particularly good guitarists out there, but I don't play guitar. Most artists that I've looked up, as in like the artist himself, not the band, most of the ones that I've looked up are just the more eccentric ones, like Frank Zappa or Les Claypool or something, where I've looked into their other stuff because of their eccentricity, I guess. Animals as Leaders is fucking great. Pretty easily one of my favorite bands. I remember finding them and just being like, holy shit, these guys are great. How have I not heard of them? Apparently, um, apparently when they're playing live, at least this was the experience of a friend of mine who went to see them live. He was saying that when they're playing, like the crowd goes weirdly quiet while they're playing, and then they start screaming after they're done with the song. A red miso video? I haven't seen it. You want to post it on Discord? I'll have a look though. Actually, speaking of cool instrumental based bands though, I imagine you probably would have heard of what are they called? Starts with a P. Polyphia. I imagine you probably would have heard of them, Knight. Apparently Polyphia was quite popular in Japan, which makes sense. They're young and they're doing something particularly out there complicated. For no reason other than to be out there complicated, but it sounds really good. Your favorite lesbian guitarist, is that so? If you, yeah, I would recommend looking them up, Lozo. They're really good.
Spotted something.
They do some
Interesting.
fun stuff.
See that? Sorry, I can't.
I'll do it for the North.
I'm not here to make friends.
God damn it, I didn't want him to get hit by the tram. Their propensity to just fucking run at things is kind of annoying at the best of times. I want you to aggro them.
I'm not here.
Man, dude! Just fucking do what I say, please. Just do what I say. Don't just sprint at the enemy and go crazy. I
Yes.
want to lure them into the spikes. Is that really that hard to believe?
Another battle. I'm starting to think we're
Thank you.
bad. Making friends. Wait, I didn't. Nice.
I think I saw someone up on that cliff, but... Hey Cloud, how's it going? Good morning. Good evening. And good night.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. Santo with the raid. Man, my throat feels so fucking dry. Also, more air guys, or however you're meant to pronounce that. I always forget. Well, welcome in, Santo. Thank you for the raid. He was playing Forbidden Memories earlier when I was watching him, but then I guess he changed over before I started. Air guys, yes. Those guys from the air. How'd the runs go? PB? Oh, nice. You got your PB? I mean, you're trying to get a PB with, like, all the characters, though, right? You're trying to get, what was it, sub 30 or something for all the characters before you move on. Good to see that you're making progress there. Oh, a PB but not sub 30. Okay, okay. almost died from a bad heart. But you risked your colony to force an attack to capture someone and harvest the heart. Wow. I'm honored, Cloud. The things that we do for love. One day I should probably play RimWorld. Pretty much my entire experience with that game is just watching you play it. And I still know very little about it, to be honest. All I see is little dudes running around everywhere. And being like, why is this guy naked outside? I need to get some, like, throat lozenges or something, though. God damn. I'm starting to think that it wasn't the piece of cheese that I choked on earlier that has caused my throat to be funny, and maybe I've just caught something. You know, maybe it isn't the new meds that are fucking with my head, and it's actually just me coincidentally getting a cold or something at the same time. Hey Lemons, how's it going? Eat some honey. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe I could make some like honey milk or something. Should you order curry pizza? Yes. I could go for some curry pizza. I don't think there's ever a situation where I would turn down curry in any shape or form. Ugh. But yeah, my headache is not as bad today as it was yesterday. Still there though. If I like focus too much and start reading a lot, it starts setting in. You know, if I move my eyes too fast. So I gotta say, of all of the games, literally all of the games for me to be playing, I feel like a CRPG is probably the worst thing for me to be playing right now. But like, I'm not gonna like drop the game because of this. So I'm gonna power through it. Because it's not like I'm not interested in the game or something. I just don't like the accuracy memes, that's all. Yeah, 8-Ball doesn't even know why he enjoys suffering. He just does. He wants to watch the world burn and doesn't even know why. How's the tyrannical crusade going? It's going. Lore experience. Alright. Now we're up to the part that I was up to last time. Yappers, yep. Plenty of yap in this one. There's not a lot of voice acting in this game compared to some other CRPGs I played. Like Pillars of Eternity was really good for it, actually. There's a lot of voice acting in that game, and the voice acting was really good. But Pillars of Eternity did a lot of things really, really well.
I'm not here to make friends. I got it.
Why can't I do
Take
that?
that. Will do. I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass. Good work.
Wow, that fucked me up.
Let them think they can hit me.
Jesus.
Right.
+2 accuracy, 1 deflection. Hey, Arrow, am I winning? I'm not sure. I guess so.
Kairos' butchers have come! Flee!
I did make a new character, but I'm caught up to where I was and then did a bit extra as well. So I started a new character so I could play as a mage, because I feel like I kind of want one, since I didn't have an offensive mage and they've been piling melee DPS on me. So I figured I would just go with the mage, and I've done a few more side quests this time. So hopefully I don't just get fucked by this encounter. But if I do, I'm going to just say fuck it and give myself a bunch of experience through console, because I don't really care that much. Anything that relies on and revolves around accuracy memes deserves 0 respect, and I don't care if I cheat. If it was strategy based, I would care. But it's not. It's RNG based, so it deserves 0 respect. Although, you know, it might be one of those games where it starts off with the accuracy memes, and then it just outscales them and eventually stops being accuracy based at all. But the start of this game is very accuracy memey, where like usually like it's not as bad as D&D for accuracy memes, but like at this point in the game, 70% accuracy is good. Like 70% is good. A lot of the time it's 50 or less. So yeah, that's the thing. But maybe it's one of those games where as you get further in, your accuracy kind of outscales their evasion, so everything starts getting up to more of the 90 range, you know? And it stops being quite as memey. But yeah, it's very memey at the moment. So far, though, the story and premise seems pretty cool. I'm very interested to see where it goes. I just don't like dealing with accuracy beams, especially, you know, considering that my patience is a little bit thinner than usual with a headache.
I am a shield wall unto myself!
That's a lot of dudes. Like 78, 85, 79 with spells, which tend to be more accurate, it seems. Why can't I use this? Oh, it's once per rest. That's why. It seems that magic is the way to go, though. Do a lot of damage with magic. I don't really know what Frozen does. I don't know what the Frozen debuff actually does. Hey, Celine. Hope we're feeling better. Well, I'm feeling a little bit better. Not a lot better. Still got the headache. It's more like, the way I would describe it is that it's like having a mild hangover. Like, you know how you get that, like, sort of general wooziness? Turning your head too fast kind of hurts a little bit. That kind of thing. It's basically that. Just all the time. It's a little bit less bad. I think it's just going to take a bit for me to adjust to the new stuff, and, hopefully it will be fine after that. Which is like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's nothing crazy. It's just like, you know, if I'm gonna be feeling kind of shit and have a bit of a headache, I don't really want to be playing, like, yesterday, I didn't really want to be playing a game where I'm basically reading a novel. It's gonna make me pretty irritable, and, like, I didn't want to put up with accuracy memes while I've got a bit of a headache, and trying to constantly be reading and focusing. Like, it's not like it's anything too crazy. I'm not bedridden or something. But I would rather not be reading a novel when I've got a headache, that's for sure. The pulsating headaches? At the moment, no. I mean, I've dealt with some pretty bad headaches in the past. Just right now, it's just a new medication, and I'm adjusting to it. I think it's a bit strong. It's nothing too crazy. Like, nothing to be concerned about or something. It's just the only reason I didn't want to stream yesterday was because I basically just had a persistent mild headache all day, and I didn't really want to be reading a novel, and trying to be entertaining while I've got a headache. That's all. Like, it's nothing crazy. Yeah. I did actually look up if I could take, like, Nurofen or something with it, and it says that I can. So if it's still bad tomorrow, then that's what I'll do, I guess, but it should be fine. Considering that it's a little bit less bad today than it was yesterday, I think I'll be fine. But you know what? It's actually kind of nice, because, in a way, not the headache, but it, like, knocks me the fuck out in the evening. Like, for real, it puts me to sleep. Whether I want to or not, I'm sleeping. And, that's good, because I normally struggle with sleep a lot. So, I can just be like, you know what? I want to be asleep in precisely 20 minutes. I'm going to sleep now. And, that is something that I have not been able to do before, so... New power at my disposal.
Right.
Jeez.
What have we here?
Yeah, it's not something that I would want to rely upon, but to be honest, I don't like being on any kind of medication. So, yeah.
Sorry, I can't. They're here! Run! Go now!
Send them at me in waves!
On it. You learn something every day. Can't do that.
Ice! Ice! Ha get iced. Yeah, magic does seem quite strong, especially with like two people with the ice spell. How I
On
can just
it.
be like, I am targeting you, you're going to get hit, and you're not going to like it.
The Vendrian guard can't protect us!
I'll take a look. How hard could it be?
We must go!
Oh, it looks like I've got another level as well. So I got that 19 in, what's it called, wits. And I think it said everything above 19 takes 2 skill points to put points into. So I guess I'll get that up to 19, the primary stat for magic damage, and then I'll start putting points into accuracy or some such.
I'm not curious.
As you command.
The cooldown on that is pretty lengthy. God damn it.
On it.
Hey, Kwasi. 3 a.m. ice bath, followed by 3 jugs of aged cow's urine. It's a game changer, bro. I have not. Maybe I should. I'm not sure where I can get jugs of aged cow's urine, though, to be honest. I would say, is that vegan friendly? But I guess not. Technically, cow piss would count as an animal product, right? So it's not vegan friendly. It's a thing, unfortunately. Is it really a thing? I know the ice bath thing is a thing. I don't know about the cow piss, though. Oh, he can revive? Interesting. Fortunately, I have pretty... So, I'm in an apartment, Lozo, and, you know, sometimes I'll hear noise from neighbors, mostly people walking in the hallway. For whatever reason, when people, like, open and close doors in the hallway particularly hard, I can hear it, and it sounds like it's my door. It's weird how it echoes like that. But I can barely ever hear my neighbors. Maybe they're just quiet, but I think the soundproofing is pretty good. So, like, it's rare that I hear anything from my neighbors. And, boy, do I appreciate that. Cow urine is used as medicine in some places of India, Myanmar, and Nigeria. Really? Well, there you go. I, there you go. I mean, I'm not really that interested in trying it out myself, you know? I would be curious though if there are actually any medicinal properties within cow urine, because like a lot of the time, modern medicine is derived from something that has been taken. It's like, oh yeah, this particular leaf is good for wounds, and they find out why it's good for wounds because there's a component in it. So they've extracted this and they've made medicine from it. But that's like actually figuring out what's wrong. But I wonder if there is some kind of medicinal property in cow's urine that could be extracted and used for something. No actual evidence has been supplied, yeah. I wouldn't have thought so. But it's like aloe vera, right? There's some kind of property in it which actually does make it pretty good for cuts and something, but I don't know what it is. It's one of those things where it's a herbal folk remedy that has actual applications, and it could be refined into something more. I think in the case of aloe vera, though, I think it's just that it's probably just like clean, not actually disinfecting, but it's clean and it like seals a cut so it won't get bacteria in it. I think that's what happens with aloe vera, but I'm not really sure. Cow urine is based on divinity rather than science. It makes sense.
Will do.
Kairos' soldiers are here!
Yes, they are.
Can't do that.
That's where I'm going next. The human urine thing? I mean, unless it must have been lost. That doesn't look like it went through. Is the cow urine thing did. Oh yeah, if Twitch says the message failed to send, um, you just have to try sending it again. I don't know what the deal with that is, but I keep seeing that popping up every now and again. Usually it just lets me resend the message. Tons of vitamin C. I don't think human urine has a ton of vitamin C. Yeah, like the only reason why it would have an excess of vitamin C in it would be if that person was having, those like vitamin C pills and tablets or whatever you can get, the vitamin C supplements that you can get, which are actually just terrible, by the way. But like, because apparently with those vitamin C tablets that you can get, because it's so concentrated, you just piss it all out. It's too much. Your body doesn't absorb shit. So, you end up just pissing it all out. But that's why they would. I guess that's when you would have vitamin C in your piss. I guess. I think this claim is just from people who want an excuse to drink their own piss. I think that just it's got the Bear Grylls effect. It has no real benefit. They just want an excuse to drink their own piss. I've done that too, Loza. Have you ever eaten like a whole punnet of strawberries or something?
Heads up. We. I got it. Right. Bleed out, you little shit.
Harsh words would cause more harm than this useless weapon.
Oh crap! I'm stuck.
Right.
Oh, lightning.
Right.
Oh, I should probably look at these too. Abilities. Yeah, I get that. Level up. Misses, yeah. Yeah, no. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Deathlight, how's it going? Yeah, I think I've never actually really had any supplements in that regard. Only like the old vitamin C gummies or whatever. Hey, wait a minute. What happened to his wound? He just lost his wound. Can he heal them or something? Maybe they just go away after a while anyway.
On it.
Alright, let me check this quest as well. So... Let's see how this goes, I guess. So this fight was a fucking mess. Last time. Because of all the accuracy memes.
Don't know about you,
Why are you not doing the
but
thing?
I feel like fighting someone.
Alright, the sage is down, and that's what matters.
Right.
Oh, huge shit. I didn't want to interrupt that. Nice miss.
I require needless bread.
This guy's taking a fucking beating.
I'm not built for this sort of violence. Consider it done. This weapon is entirely worthless.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Okay, that was rough, but fine. More fear. Yeah, I'm not really sure if like fear and favor are at odds with each other. Like, I don't know if getting fear, because they're two separate meters. I don't know if like, you know, getting fear lowers the other one, or if getting wrath lowers the other one. You know, like I don't really understand how it works. They're two separate things, and they have separate skills, and they're separate meters. Like, it isn't like it's one meter that goes left and right. They're two separate meters.
Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, iron gear.
Yes.
So it says explore Echo Core Crossing for clues of the missing shipment of iron. I'll just look around, I guess. I might just look the quest up, actually. What is it called? Vendrian's Well. Forge-bound iron. After it's secured, the central house near... Okay, near the fruit cart. Okay. Had to secure the place first. Yeah, and talk to this guy. Vince with the resub for 9 years. Thank you very much, Vince. Thank you, thank you. You know I appreciate it. You overslept. So did I. Playing Rogue Genesia. I am not familiar with that one. 9 years, yep. Rip old man. The
Will
old
do.
man continues to weep. Hey, Debuff. You love this one? Wait, you've played this game?
Can't do that.
I guess the wounds just eventually go away. Interesting. Oh, really? Okay, interesting. I don't know why she has got 11 wits. It doesn't seem very useful for her, considering she's a physical attacker. Oh, okay, interesting. Makes sense then. Alright. Back here first, I guess. I'm not sure which Obsidian games I have played. I mean, let's take a look. Because I know I've played more than one, but... Obsidian games, let's take a look. Games that Obsidian has made. Obsidian Entertainment. Let's have a look-see here. Knights of the Old Republic, which I haven't played, but I'm aware of. Alpha Protocol I've heard of. New Vegas I knew. I've played that. New Vegas is fucking great. Dungeon Siege 3 I've played. That game was really fun. They made Stick of Truth. That's actually pretty funny. Pillars of Eternity I've played, which is great. Tyranny, Pillars of Eternity 2, which I have but haven't played yet. The Outer Worlds I've heard is really good, but I haven't played it. Grounded. That one's like a survival game, isn't it? Where you're playing as like a kid that's shrunk down in the backyard. Yeah, that's the one. Apparently that game's pretty neat. Pentiment, haven't played it. Avowed, haven't played it. Outer Worlds 2, apparently. Original release date TBA. Cancelled. Dwarves, Aliens Crucible, and Stormlands. The Ad Bully. Yeah, okay. So of the ones that I have played, I've played Pillars of Eternity, I've played Dungeon Siege 3, I've played New Vegas. And all of those games are really good. I know people really like Neverwinter Nights. I've not played it. But it's D&D, so it is what it is, I guess. Skyforge, I've never even heard of. Apparently it's an MMO. Never heard of it. Avowed. Avowed is original release date 2024. Released years, yeah, okay, probably not yet. Have you played Outer Worlds, Debuff? Let's see, Skyforge. Free-to-play MMO developed by Allad's team in collaboration with Obsidian Entertainment. Set on the planet Alien, wow, Skyforge uses elements of science fiction and fantasy in its visuals and storytelling. Sees players exploring the world as an immortal who must strive to become a god and defend the planet from alien invasion from other worlds. The project started development in 2010, received an open release for Windows in 2015, with PS4 and Xbox One releases following in 2017. Latest major update, Ignition, was released on all platforms September 2019. Nintendo Switch version released in 2021. I'm guessing if the latest update was in 2019, it's probably donezo now. I mean, maybe it's still live, but I'm guessing they're not making anything more. Awards, MMORPG of the Year from MMOs.com 2015 Game of the Year Awards. Nominated Best PC Game from Destructoid's Best of E3 2014 Awards. Jesus, it does not have great reception according to Metacritic or Nintendo Life, though. Outer Worlds is what Starfield should have been. I've heard Outer Worlds is pretty good. I've not played it myself. Will I get more bot viewers today? I think I've had one bot come in today. I think I've had one come in. But yeah, Pillars 2 is one that they've made that I am looking forward to playing. I just got to find the time to play it. Because I really, really liked Pillars 1. The game was damn good. So, and apparently Pillars 2 is just better. So I'm looking forward to Pillars 2. It's just finding the time. Apparently the Stick of Truth is also a really good game. I got to play that at some point. But I can say Dungeon Siege 3 was really fun. Apparently the original Dungeon Siege fans didn't like Dungeon Siege 3, but I loved it. I had heaps of fun with it. But I had only played I only played Dungeon Siege 1, right? That was, I'm not thinking of a different game. That's the one that Santo got me to play. Yeah, Dungeon Siege 1 I played. So I haven't played Dungeon Siege 2. Dungeon Siege 1 was pretty simple. Like it was pretty in line with, I guess, older CRPGs of the time. Dungeon Siege 3 was a bit more how would I describe it? Less CRPG, more just like an isometric action game, I guess. But I had a lot of fun with it. Shocked I haven't yet. What, Pillars 2? It's simply a matter of time, Lozo. I just don't have that much time to play off stream. So like, while I have a bunch of games that I want to play, I just, usually after I'm done streaming, I don't really want to pick up. Oh, Sick of Truth, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I just never got around to getting it, I guess. But again, at this point, it's also just a matter of same deal, just time. I also don't own it, but I remember when it came out, people absolutely fucking loved it, thought it was great. I also don't know what to think about Alpha Protocol, but I know the name. I've seen the name pop up so much, but I don't know anything about it. Alpha Protocol 2010 action RPG developed by Obsidian, published by Sega. The player assumes control of Agent Michael Thornton, a new recruit at a clandestine United States agency called Alpha Protocol, which is given unlimited resources to conduct covert operations on behalf of the government. Thornton becomes a rogue agent and must unravel an international conspiracy to stop a war. Throughout the game, players must make many choices that affect the narrative. Played from a third-person perspective, players can confront enemies using firearms, gadgets, martial arts, and stealth. The game features extensive customization and a dialogue stance system that allows players to select dialogues based on 3 different tones. That sounds quite interesting, but yeah, it's a name that I've heard pop up many times, but I've never looked into myself. Yeah, I've heard that Stick of Truth is actually really good. I've just not played it myself. Excited for Avowed, but would have preferred Pillars 3. Yeah, I don't know really much about, or anything about Avowed, actually. But all I can say is I really enjoyed Pillars 1, and apparently Pillars 2 is even better, so I look forward to playing that. Um, and honestly, I would be happy to see more Pillars in general, so I'm sure Pillars 3 couldn't be bad. But Pillars did pretty well, right? I'm sure it's something that would be on the cards for them. But maybe, like, I don't know, like how the story is in Pillars 2. Maybe they didn't want to expand on the same universe. Maybe they wanted to do other stuff. Who knows? I'm kind of in the boat of like, if I really like a game that a developer has made, but that particular story is done, like I'm just happy to see them making more games. I don't necessarily want to see more of the same game, right? Like, I mean, the example I often bring up is Final Fantasy X. I really enjoyed Final Fantasy X, but like that doesn't necessarily mean that I want Final Fantasy X too, because the developers and writers are good. They could just make something else. They don't need to expand on the Final Fantasy X world and make the abomination that is Final Fantasy X too. They could just make something else, and they're good. Like they're good developers. I'm sure they would make an excellent product, right? I'm happy to just see good developers that I like doing things, just making games, rather than necessarily expanding on something that doesn't always have room to be expanded on, you know? Like sometimes a story is it's finished. They closed it up nice and tidy and the characters have done their thing and short of saying, "Oh, and then a more powerful guy from a slightly more distant planet arrived, and his name is Cell, and now he wants to fight you for some reason." Yeah, you know, sometimes it's better to just make something new than to find some bullshit excuse to make an existing character do more things. 8. Has this been any good? It's been alright so far. I'm liking the writing. It's a bit heavy on the accuracy memes. I get the feeling that the accuracy memes might taper off a bit as I get further into the game. But I really like the premise and the idea so far, and I'm liking the whole being caught between two factions things. So I've got fairly high expectations, especially because people keep talking this game up. Um, I do think that the accuracy memes are probably going to taper off a bit as I get further in, because a lot of RPGs are kind of like that, where like the accuracy memes are pretty rough at the start, but then once you start actually just investing a bit into your accuracy, it's fine. What if they get worse as I get further in? Then I cheat and I say fuck you to the devs. Anything that revolves around accuracy memes and haha 50% accuracy is good deserves zero respect. But like, if the writing is good, the writing is good, and I would happily read a book. I could either just turn the difficulty down or just cheat. I don't care. Whatever works, honestly. Whatever works. I would happily deal with whatever if I'm going to be enjoying a good book, you know? Much like with with the Wrath of the Righteous. It was entirely accuracy memes, but the writing was great. Like the writing and characters in that game were excellent. And yeah, the accuracy memes were very real, but it was honestly worth it for the writing. There were there was some really, really well done character interactions in particular. Like I still think that I had some of the best characters in any RPG that I've played, especially Regal. Like holy shit, he's such a good character. He's such a good character. And he's like probably one of the best examples of like a lawful evil kind of character in a game that I've played. It's funny because yeah, it is actually funny like that as well though, Vince, because you just with his personality, you wouldn't guess that he's a gnome. But I guess they just wanted that contrast, I guess. He's extremely intimidating, but he's like fucking barely waist high, and he'll absolutely kneecap you. But his like I guess his size has nothing to do with his presence. It's a shame that so many classes in that game are just fucking garbage. Suffers from a lot of bloat. It does. It does. There's a lot of fucking bloat in that game. Yeah, Wrath of the Righteous. I haven't played. Plied. I haven't played. What's it called? Kingmaker. Um, but yeah, Wrath of the Righteous. It had excellent writing. It's very bloated. You're right about that. It's very bloated. There's so much fillery garbage in it, and you kind of have to do all of it. Most of the endings are kind of pointless, and the final chapter is very rushed. It's just that generally speaking, the quality of writing was very good, and the characters were quite well fleshed out, and the character interactions in particular were really, really good. And yeah, I don't really want to play. And funnily enough, though, I as much as I do enjoy their writing, I don't think I could go through another game of pure accuracy memes because unfortunately, as good as the writing in Wrath of the Righteous is, the gameplay and customization is pretty dog shit. So if I was gonna play Rogue Trader, I'd probably just like I'd rather read a book. Actually, I'd rather fucking read a book. But like I'd probably just play on easy or whatever, so I don't have to play with the dog shit gameplay. Because I'm assuming it's the same as Pathfinder gameplay. If it wasn't, then I'd be way more interested. But if it's Pathfinder gameplay, I'm not interested because the gameplay sucked. The writing was amazing, the gameplay sucked. The customization was completely hollow, and the gameplay entirely revolved around accuracy memes. 9 buffs? Eat. That is lowballing it so hard. Try 50. Unless you're playing on like the easiest difficulty, in which case you don't need to cast buffs. But the best part about all those buffs is they're literally all the same thing. They're all just +1 accuracy. They're all the same fucking buff. You just have to cast +1 accuracy 50 times before starting combat, so your basic attacks will land without having to roll a 20. Oh boy, isn't that fun! I love casting +1 accuracy 50 times before I go into combat. What the fuck? That seems like a pretty dumb move on Quip's part here. He cast Berserk on the enemies so they wouldn't run away, but by doing so, he made them obviously much more proficient in combat. But it's like, they probably weren't going to get away anyway, and they otherwise wouldn't have been very efficient in a fight. So he kind of just made things worse. Seems like a dumb move. Oh, really? That's pretty funny. I wonder though, so Kingmaker is apparently also quite good, although people say Wrath the Righteous is better. Um, so Wrath of the Righteous, the final chapter is incredibly rushed, and basically all of the evil endings, besides the demon, just the basic demon one, um, are pretty pointless because they're in like the swarm and the devil ones. They are in like they are both unlocked and concluded in the final chapter, and they basically get one quest that amounts to nothing because at that point everything is already done and it makes no difference. Like it really makes no difference. But I'm curious if it's the same in Kingmaker. Do the evil endings just basically have no bearing on anything because they just like right at the very end of the game after everything has already happened? And is the final chapter just completely rushed like it is in Wrath of the Righteous? Because in Wrath of the Righteous, the final chapter is so fucking short. It it's kind of stupid just how short it is. Well, fuck that guy. Blood Chanter Leathers. 11 deflection. Still haven't finished your run, really? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty common, I feel, with CRPGs in particular, for people to keep starting over and over again without ever actually finishing a run. But I don't, I try to avoid doing that. I try to avoid doing that. Sometimes I might start once or twice to find what build it is that I want to use, but usually I end up finishing my games, especially since I've started streaming. I'm much better for it now that I've started streaming. I think playing games on stream is good for making me actually commit to finishing them, unless I decide that I just don't want to play it anymore and actually drop it. But like I don't just so what I used to do is I would start playing a game and then I would start playing another game as well, and I had the full intention of going back to the first game but just never end up doing it because then too much time passes and it's like, oh, if I go back to it I have to start again or something. So I never end up finishing it. And I had a bunch of unfinished games just sitting there. But now, like, the only time that I stop playing a game is if I just don't want to play it anymore and I'm just dropping it entirely. So I end up finishing way more games, and I'm glad for that. Streaming is pretty good at keeping me in line in that regard, I guess. This dude's 12? He doesn't look fucking 12. That guy does not look like he is 12 years old. That does not seem right. Hey, Uber, yeah, he gets reduced fare for going to a theme park or some shit. I'm not giving you money, man. It's my money. I gotta talk to all the people who have like a yellow icon here, like, and a name, because apparently they give you quests. Also, who the fuck are these two? Night Owl. I'm guessing these are beastmen. Yep, a young beastman. There you go. Oh, damn. Those are some beast woman titties right there. That's something I didn't need to see. Okay. Alright, where was that guy with the stolen iron that I had to talk to?
Can't do that.
Siren as well. Who is this? I've seen this character mentioned a few times.
Greetings, worm.
The Archon of Song. And the youngest Archon. Okay.
You don't know me, little worm? I am Siren, and my degenerate allies have the pleasure of calling me the Archon of Song. And you are Tunon's Fatebinder. What brings you here to the middle of the battlefield? Did Kairos send you to shame Ash and Nerat into action? Ash certainly needs someone to dig a heel into his back, if only to distract him from his problem. But Nerat, he's just a cat playing with a realm-sized mouse, isn't he?
Sounds like an actual child.
I can't be expected to keep track of all his comings and goings, his plans and secret meetings, his betrayals. Anyway, we have a more important matter to deal with. There is something you can do to assist me. Remove my helmet. Really? That's it? How disappointing. It was worth a try, I suppose, though it appears to have been a colossal waste of effort. I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're more nuisance than help. I have no further use for you, perhaps later. You're dismissed, Fatebinder. I said dismissed until I have further need of you. Your presence displeases me.
For the love of Kairos! That was the Archon of Song in the flesh! Dumbstruck. I don't exactly meet Archons on a regular basis. Maybe to you, this is just Judge's Day.
You there! The one in the tin barrel. Remove my helmet.
You address me, lady? Finer craftsmanship I have never seen. You wish the helmet removed? Thank you. Archon, with all due respect, we will keep our distance from each other. I would not engage with you again, accompanied or no.
Once again, the worm dares to defy the songbird. Don't worry, little worm. One day the bird will get her prey.
I'm going to kill her when I get the chance.
Be gone, worm.
Wait, can I not, like, actually scroll in this? Can I not scroll in the fucking thing? No, I can't. I have to actually fully open this menu up. That's a choice. I do not like her, and as soon as I get the opportunity, I am definitely killing her. Let's see. Damn, this shit is expensive. I want to get those scrolls, but I don't have the money. Oh shit, that's got +6 accuracy on it. Oh, the shit I haven't looted over here. Wow. Alright, what quests have I got to hand in? This is at the disfavored camp. This is at the disfavored camp, I think, as well. And I guess this would also be at the disfavored camp. Yeah, because that's where they all are. Wonder what's going to happen to Matani here is kind of funny. Alright. I guess I'm going to go and get myself a coffee. And then we can get back to it. I'll be right back. Alrighty. One second. Where is that box? Alright. Back to it. Oh, I gotta actually take the coffee thing down, my bad. Not that I was doing anything, but, you know. Anyway, back to the disfavored camp. Hey Thomas, how's it going? 1 hour and 30 minutes away. Huh? Oh, I'm at the side. Brotherhood Stout. How's Tyranny? It's going pretty good. We're making progress. Rona. Got the Rona. I got a bunch of money for that? Hey Christian. It's been going pretty good. I hope you're doing well. Would enjoy your luck. Some 3:30 a.m. chili. That's definitely what you want to be eating before you go to bed. Actually, that makes sense that I got money for that because that was a quest. That was a quest to help these guys. Cheese. Not in the mood for cheese. Actually, I wonder if I can...
What do you need?
Random voiced line in an otherwise non-voiced conversation, but okay.
If you insist. I'm a Scarlet Fury. That should raise some flags for you. It means that I'm good at killing, and more importantly, that I enjoy it. What I won't enjoy are the pleasures of funerary rites packed with weeping mourners. Someday I'll fall in battle, and then they'll roll me into a mass grave or heap me atop a shit-stained wagon. One more anonymous, knife-riddled piece of meat. Until then, I plan to take whatever I can from life and have a little fun along the way.
I wonder if this game has got romance options. Do we get the romance, the crazy stabby lady? Sounds good. Well, you have fun, Deathlag. Enjoy your lurk.
The Scarlet Chorus is mostly for madmen and peasants with rusty daggers, but it's also a little niche of freedom that I never had. Once I survived training and met my Scarlet Fury sisters, I saw a different side of the Howling Mob.
God damn, I need to sit further back from the screen or something. Makes my head hurt, all this reading. Oh yeah? I mean, you should play Front Mission 3, Knight. If you think the accuracy memes are bad in 1, you should see Front Mission 3. I found in 1 it was a lot more manageable, like it really wasn't that bad, but I did also do a little bit of like min-maxing with the grinding and EXP division. And I did also abuse the arena thing. Hey, Freewa. You're right, Miss is in the name. From Mission 3, though, had way more accuracy memes, way more. It was kind of weird, and I'm not really sure what the deal was. Um, but for some reason, any kind of like rocket or missile or whatever, like it always say that it has really high accuracy. It'll be like 90% or something. But it was 50-50 at best. They would miss all the fucking time. You know, it's got miss in the name. Missiles always miss. It was really strange though, because like the accuracy predictions for other weapons were pretty accurate, but specifically with missiles or rocket launchers, it was really, really inaccurate. Like it was a 50-50 at best, but it would always say like 1995 or whatever. It was fucking weird. Hey, level 1. This is Sparta, is it?
What do you need to know?
I had an option with her when I first talked to her in my other playthrough that asked her if she was a spy, and it wouldn't tell me because I wasn't high enough favor. But now I am, and I want to ask, but I can't seem to find it. Australian mode? And what would Australian mode be? I really like they give... I should get like an explosion sound effect for it or something like that.
What do you need to know?
Alright, maybe I just can't get that option anymore. It's too late. Alright, where is that guy? I think he's down here. Yeah, this is the guy.
Our time together has not gone to waste.
Well, oh, he leveled up. I was like, what the fuck was that? Oh, that seems pretty good.
I got it.
Model from Nino Kuni is called Cherry. I forget which one that is. Let's see. Oh, the blonde chick. Starry Mary. Well, it says in Japanese her name is Shelley, not Cherry. But Myrtle Cartwright, Shelley, is a girl in Motorville and is commonly called Starry Mary, or in Japanese, Window Woman, by the people in the neighborhood due to her being a shut-in who only ever stares out her window. The soulmate of Esther.
How can we trust your rabble not to turn at this last moment? How many of your conscripts have family bonds to the Vendrian Guard? It is decided. The disfavored will take the vanguard of the assault. It is the only way to assure success before the edict comes to pass.
Oh, you're so young. We can forgive you for being stupid. Without your Archon of Stone to bring down those walls, you're out of your element. Only the chorus has the numbers required to swarm the walls from all sides. We will lead the vanguard of this battle.
The best the chorus could accomplish would be leaving a ramp-shaped pile of corpses propped up against the walls for my warriors to use. Their fortifications are not a concern. Even understaffed, my Earthshakers could breach the masonry in short order.
Another brilliant idea. Cairn's cult is, we're sure, every bit as trustworthy and sane as the late Archon of Stone himself. You did notice the spire at the center of the citadel? Hard to miss it, being only the tallest thing on the horizon and such. Certainly your Earth mages won't do anything stupid like, say, breaking the spire's foundation? What could possibly go wrong?
I trust them more than I trust your circus of rapists, sellswords, and turncoat tearsmen. Tunon's Fatebinder has arrived. Why is it my so-called allies are more willing to belittle than to assist? The Vendrian Guard have been the least of my headaches in this damned valley. Now that we are all assembled, I want reports. The Scarlet Chorus was going to resolve the Oathbreaker presence in the Outer Valley. What became of that?
Yes, what did become of that? We should know already, yet we do not. If we are not mistaken, the Fatebinder played a pivotal role in this operation. Fifth Eye, shed light on this baffling question.
Nothing. Curse you, motherless fucks! What have you brought but fire and suff...
Oh, suffering doesn't really capture the nuance of what we've done. Apologies. We've been savoring this one's defiance. We know much of their inner workings, their desperate allies, their foolish hopes. This is our battle to lose.
Why I am on equal footing with Kairos' clown, I will never understand. So, Fatebinder, you would deem this mission successful? Iron Marshal, I understand we've established a foothold across the Matani. Report.
That's a good question, level 1. It's a good question. I wish I knew. I really wish there was more voice dialogue in this game. What voice dialogue there is actually quite good, but there's just not a lot of it. A lot of characters, most characters are simply not voiced, and even the voice characters have a lot of non-voiced lines. It's kind of unfortunate. I'd like to hear more of Crazy Chorus Man, you know? He's just entertaining. Also, Archie with the raid. And the bot's working today, as far as I know. So, yes, it's working. I'm in danger. I am in danger. I'm in danger of my throat opting to kill me for talking so much, and my head deciding to explode from reading so much. But here I am. How's the Yakuza going? Start a GoFundMe to finish the voice acting. That would be an option. I wonder why. I guess they just probably just had very little budget. But these guys, it's the same people who did Pillars of Eternity, and that one had a lot of voice acting. So, you know, maybe just budget allocation different? Who knows? I'm doing all right. Just adjusting is all. I would say that of all the games, of all the genres of games for me to be playing at the moment, a CRPG is probably the worst possible one because focusing kind of hurts my head, and reading is a lot of focus. But like I'm enjoying the game, so I'm not about to just like put the game on hold or something because I'll probably be fine in like a day or two. Maybe they found out people skip the dialogue. To be honest, I feel like people who play CRPGs are not the people who skip the dialogue. People who skip the dialogue get very little out of playing these games, and they just play other games. I think that's about it. Like, anyone who is planning on skipping a shitload of dialogue simply wouldn't get anything out of a game like this, and they'd probably just not play it or play something else. But I feel like voiced dialogue really does add a lot to these games. It kind of gives characters a bit more substance, I guess. Gives them a bit of personality. You know, it's like, I don't know. For me, it's like watching, reading dialogue and listening to them say it. It kind of like, it's not that you can't get tone or inflection from dialogue, especially in something like this, where they make a point of writing it like a novel. You know, they'll write in their expressions and actions, and if they're smiling or if they're yelling or whatever. So that really adds a lot to it. But when you hear it, you know, when you hear someone yelling, and especially if it's, you know, in a language that you understand, you can hear a more nuanced effects of uh, like a forced laugh versus a real laugh. That kind of subtlety really adds to a character, I think. Yeah, exactly. Like it's like skipping over the one thing that it brings to the table So you just, like, if you wanted to do that, if you didn't want to read it, then you'd be better off just playing something else. It's kind of as simple as that. It's not for everyone. I wouldn't say that everyone should be playing the CRPGs or visual novels or anything like that, but if you're not into reading, you're probably not going to enjoy them, that's for sure. Hey PK, how's it going?
A most wise judgment, good Fatebinder. The Oathbreaker captain will no doubt provide hours of entertainment, and perhaps even some useful information.
Ate an orange biscuit and the 2 layers of plastic covering it. An orange biscuit? I think I would need to see what the fuck you're talking about, and why was it covered in plastic? 2 layers of plastic, even.
This will be just like Stalwart, when your own conscripts chose suicide over service to the chorus. She'll be no different than the others. Petulant, uncooperative, and motivated to feed you false information.
Hey Helico, how are we doing with the Tyranny? It's going pretty well. I see. I mean, do you know what the product is called, PK? I could Google it to see a picture of it.
The Fatebinder is right. We argue over trivialities when we should be closing the vice on the Oathbreakers. Let us march on the double. The disfavored will lead the charge.
You mean the Scarlet Chorus should lead the charge? Over 2/3 of your legion remains trapped outside the valley. Only the Chorus can bring to bear the strength and numbers this assault requires.
I have not become a Tyrannosaurus just yet. Oh, okay, so it's like not a marketplace package thing. Yeah, I'm curious as to what it is now then. But I guess there is no hope.
Enough! If these are my allies, why bother with the enemy? Even the low-born Oathbreakers have the honor and decency to...
Oh, finish your thought, old chap. They have the honor and decency to... To what? To abide by some sort of deal you made with them?
It's immaterial is what it is. The edict is all that matters now, and we will march on Ascension Hall and avenge our fallen brethren. Fatebinder is right. Our survival is at stake. All that matters is taking Ascension Hall. Iron Marshal, ready our troops. Fifth Eye, tell your gangs to cover our flanks.
You will do as we order. You are not to take orders from this addled potts.
Then the impasse is clear. We both wish for the honor of leading this final assault on the Vendrian Guard. Since Tunon is not here to select the rightful bearer of this honor, We must turn to the Archon's proxy.
With whom do you stand?
I don't know, both of these seem pretty dubious. Better get practicing then, PK.
You test my patience, Fatebinder. We did not ask for a weak compromise that leaves all parties unsatisfied. Whom do you support? Are you going to let the Scarlet Chorus traitors have their way? Or will you stand by Kairos' true disciples, the disfavored?
Nope. Alright, Scarlet Chorus it is. Fuck him.
You'd stand with the madman and his rabble? I am shocked. I counted you amongst our allies, and your name was held in some regard amongst my troops. So be it. I will add another name to our record of hate. Out of respect for the Blue Flag truce, I won't have you slain where you stand. If you leave my camp and don't look back.
A wise choice. The Scarlet Chorus will be honored to silence the last of the Vendrian Guard insult. Graven Ash, we hereby order you to stand down and remain here at camp until we have secured the Citadel.
If the chorus leads the charge, they will fail. I will not sit idly by while the edict claims my legion. The disfavored will carve a path to the Citadel on our own, if that's what it takes.
I wasn't trying to save you. I was trying to save her.
And what happened, you bleeding hard iron shit tower?
I picked her up and she stabbed me. Put a dent in my side that I won't forget. So I put her down and dragged you out here to recuperate.
Because nobody picks me up unless I fucking tell them to, and I didn't say a word to Barrick on the matter. He had it coming. This is no time to narrate our life stories. If the edict comes crashing down on our heads, none of it will matter anyway.
On that note, better to leave now while we're well parted. You've made your allegiances clear. I hope you serve a good long term with the Scarlet Chorus, and that we never meet on the wrong side of the battlefield. Very well. I'll remain at your side at least until this edict is resolved. Beats sitting in a corner and waiting for Kairos' magic to kill us all.
Don't take it too personally. That's as tall a compliment as he's ever expressed. As for you, you old sack of wine, this is war. Try to enjoy yourself.
I feel like the Fifth Eye should definitely have a voice, considering how involved he is. So what happens if I try to go into the camp now? I wonder. Nope, nothing, I guess.
Will do.
They don't like me here anymore. One second. You beat me back here.
Be gone, worm.
Alright.
I'm in danger!
I'm in danger. Holy shit. Sovereign with the raid. That is a big boy. The thick raid. Holy shit. What were you playing today? Show me what you got. Oh, more Albert Odyssey. Nice. Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Hope you're all doing well. Or at least doing better than I am. But I hope the stream was good. Hope you're all doing well. We are at the point of storming the Citadel, which is meant to be a pivotal part of the first chapter of the game. Struggling to complete Albert Odyssey. Did you complete it, though? I have not played the game, and I don't know much about it. I think I've only really seen what I've seen of you playing it, actually. So, I'm glad to hear you finished it. How was it overall? Would you play it again? Would you recommend it, even? Get a map for the last dungeon. Is it like a teleportation maze? Hang on a second. I'm curious now, so I'm Googling this. Albert Odyssey final dungeon. Albert Odyssey the last dungeon. Can't find an adequate way to put it. It's simply a disaster. Hang on a second. Let me see what this post was. The last dungeon, I can't find a more adequate way to put it. Is simply a disaster. It feels like playing a dungeon from a completely different game. In fact, it feels like a Phantasy Star 2 dungeon. It introduces mechanics not present anywhere else, like warp panels and chutes that send you to a lower floor. The difficulty of navigating every other dungeon in Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldian ranges from easy to brain dead easy. The last dungeon is so hard to navigate, in some sections it may be advisable to take notes and draw a map. Wow. Okay. So let's see. Let's see this map if I can find someone. Albert Odyssey Final Dungeon map. Is there a map? Not in Google Images. JRPGs where the final dungeon ruined the entire game for you. r/JRPG. Wow. It seems that this one is a little bit notorious, huh? A little bit notorious. Is it like on the same level as, I don't know, the final dungeon of SMT3 without a map? Because the final dungeon of SMT3 without a map fucking sucks. Or like I think it's the fourth area, the garden in Strange Journey. Holy shit, without a map? Without like a guide for that? Like I did on the 3DS version, which makes it infinitely easier. And that was still pretty bad. Wait, why did it just zoom in? I don't want to zoom in. I don't know how I did. Oh, I see. It's like showing me the entire world, not just Vendrian's well. The Blade Grave. I want to go to the Blade Grave. I'm assuming that we will later. Let's see. Fargasta 8F map. So it's like... It doesn't look too complicated, but I'm guessing that there are teleportation things just everywhere and whatnot. I like how this is clearly a bunch of screenshots pieced together because it's got, like, the party all over the place. Because they've just taken a bunch of individual screenshots and pieced them together. I see, I see. So have you played Tyranny, by the way? Or I guess any of the other CRPGs by Obsidian? Like Pillars of Eternity? Because this is a pretty interesting one. This is like, apparently, this is okay, whenever I see things where it's like talking about games where you can be the bad guy and it's not just like shit, where a lot of the time where it's, oh, you're the bad guy, haha, you're evil, you get the bad ending. Like apparently this is pretty good, like a fleshed out you can be the bad guy and it's not just shit. So I've been interested in this one for a while. But I've played another CRPG by Obsidian, Pillars of Eternity, which was really good. So I've got high expectations. All right, let's take a look at this. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Have you played SMT3? The final dungeon in SMT3 is quite something. Don't think so. Okay, hang on a second. Let me get you a map. Let me show you. SMT3 final dungeon map. Let's see if I can find this. There's also the Amala Labyrinth, but you know what? I won't even go into the Amala Labyrinth. I think this is it. No, this is Strange Journey. I can't seem to find it just on Google. Well, the TLD, yeah, Nocturne is SMT3. So, oh yeah, that's right, you did, and I remember talking about it. So the final dungeon in SMT3 is gigantic. When I first played it, like, it took me an entire stream to beat the dungeon, and it's in multiple parts. It's got, like, so many, I think it's got, like, fucking 5 save points in it, and it's got even major teleportation points so you can leave it. But the second last area is a huge teleportation maze with no rhyme or reason whatsoever. And you have to like take teleports to other teleports to other teleports to be able to get through it. But the thing is, the teleporters are invisible. The teleporters are invisible, and you don't know if you're going in the right direction. So, like, you don't know if you're taking the right path to get to the next teleporter that you need to take. And then, when you get to the next area after that one, you've got you got invisible trapdoors, where if you fall down them, you fall into a dark area where you can't see, unless you use a particular spell, and it's got some of the most dangerous enemies in the game, and the floor hurts you for walking on it. And then you find your way through the dark area with the floor that hurts you, only to get back to the start. So it's like, oh boy, who the fuck designed this? The uh the TLDR is though, if you play SMT3, because it is a great game, you better get a guide for the final dungeon. That's all I'm saying. Because without it, it's miserable. Is this the one? Yeah, that's not the teleportation maze the part though, right? That's the bit above it. So that's the last section, isn't it? I think. But yeah, it's like each like layer of the Tower of Kagutsuchi has got its own it's got its own flavor of shit. But the the teleportation part, which is like I think before you fight Ahriman, right? Is it's hell. I remember going through it and being like, "Oh, okay, this is okay." And then like after like an hour or something, I'm like, "I'm getting a map." Because it's so arbitrary. It's so fucking arbitrary how they did the teleporters in it. And that isn't even the funny thing is, like, that isn't even including like the Labyrinth of Amala, like fourth Kalpa, fifth Kalpa. I mean, actually, no, fifth Kalpa isn't too bad. I mean, Metatron can fuck himself, but the fourth Kalpa, especially like if you're trying to go and fight Beelzebub and whatnot, Jesus. I don't know what it is with SMT and having these like miserable final dungeons, but they do. They always do it. Although I'm not sure if it was worse than the teleportation maze in the garden of Strange Journey. But on the 3DS version, you can like look at the map and see where the teleporters lead to. So like you can reasonably do it without like actually looking it up. But without that, it would be pretty fucked. Oh my god. Yeah, that sounds pretty miserable. Teleportation mazes are never fun. Like they're just never fun. Teleportation mazes are never actually entertaining to do. At best, they're just not that painful, and at worst, they're absolutely goddamn miserable. Starting to sound like games you don't want to play. I mean, I would highly recommend SMT3. I'm just saying that for the final dungeon, you should absolutely look at some maps. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's only the top floor of the SMT3, top few areas of the SMT3 final dungeon. The Tower of Kagutsuchi, which is the final dungeon in SMT3, it's a gigantic multi-layered dungeon. And like each section is pretty different, but not all of them are mazes. Some of them are just like, a conventional dungeon, but then you'll get like into a teleportation maze, or you get into an invisible platforms maze, or something like that. SMT games are just notorious for having teleportation mazes, though. Yeah, oh, okay. The battle frequency in SMT3 isn't too bad unless you're underleveled. So you've got Estoma, which is basically Repel from Pokemon in SMT. And if you are not underleveled, then it will pretty much entirely stop random encounters. The exception being when you fall down the trapdoors into the dark area, because the enemies in there are the highest level enemies in the game. So unless you were like well over a level 100, which you just simply wouldn't be, you just wouldn't be that level unless you were massively, massively over grinding. You're just not going to be that level. In those areas, you're still going to get encounters. But everywhere else, yeah, you'll pretty much just not get encounters if you're using a Stoma, unless you're underleveled. But I've never been that underleveled. Like, I pretty much just leave a Stoma on all the time, and I only fight in areas where it forces me to fight. They're pretty good for it in SMT3. There's no Dragon Quest, where Dragon Quest you got to be like 20 levels over if you want to actually avoid random encounters with Holy Protection. Some of the diet building needs a map. I mean, it helps, I guess. With the diet building though, I just did it through trial and error. I didn't need a map for the diet building. It definitely would help. Like definitely wouldn't hurt to have, but you can straight up just trial and error that one. In the like you're gonna end up walking into every dead end, but once you've walked into it once, you're not gonna do it again, right? If you have a map, though, you would just, like, walk around all the traps, and you wouldn't have to get hit by them, right? But that doesn't help you. Like, you can't just trial and error it, unless you've got a very, very, very good memory in the final dungeon. Alright, Vendrian's Well Citadel. The final showdown with Sin. Yeehaw, here we go. My throat hurts.
I can see the fifth eye, that wretched creature. He stands to the east of us.
I'm not going to do a proper yeehaw because my throat hurts. Alright, the fifth eye. It definitely helps to have a map in the third Kalpa and the fourth Kalpa as well. You don't need maps for the third Kalpa, or the fourth Kalpa for that matter, but god damn it helps. It helps a lot. Also, was it the third or the second Kalpa that has the invisible walls maze? I think it's actually second Kalpa, isn't it? That has the lower floor that's got the invisible walls thing. That one, like, it definitely helps to have a map. You don't need it, though. It'll save you, like, a good half hour. It's definitely the longest of all the Kalpas, yeah. Although I find replaying SMT3, Amala is nowhere near as bad as it was in my first playthrough. In my first playthrough, Amala was rough. It was, like, by far the hardest part of the game, I think. And replaying it, it's really not too bad, I think, but it's just because I know what I'm expecting. It's not even, like, knowing where to go, it's just that I know what I'm expecting. Gotta go to bed? Alright, well, enjoy your rest. Rest well. And thank you again for the raid. And the lurk, and to all of the others who would be lurking, and I appreciate the follows too. Follows are anonymous. I don't like calling out the lurkers, so I appreciate it all the same, even if I'm not calling you out. And I just as I say that, I get another raid.
Danger!
Welcome, raiders. Eat with the raid. Playing Ocarina of Time. That's right. You doing a No, you're doing a rando. You're doing a PC thing with it, right? I remember seeing it earlier, but no, I'm not sure. But welcome in, Eat and Raiders. The back-to-back raids. Who's torturing Lonk? That sounds about right. That's going cooler. How was the stream, Eat? How's the Ocarina of Time? Ocarina of Time is a game I wouldn't mind replaying. It's been a very long time. I played it a lot when I was a kid. PC version with high-res texture mod. That's right, I remember seeing the thing, like seeing the title. But I didn't get to watch. Finished a playthrough and started a rando of it. Oh, nice. So how is the PC... Like, is it... Because I remember reading a thing a while back now about a tool that people had made to, like, port N64 games to PC. Not just like an emulator, but, like, to properly port them to PC or something like that. And, you know, like, the video went into detail about how it works and what it is and all that. And I was like, wow, that sounds awesome. But I'm guessing it's something to do with that. But that's super cool. I remember actually I did. Oh wow, okay. Before that then, because I remember a while back I played Perfect Dark on PC, a PC port of Perfect Dark, and it was really good. Like, it looked great, it played great, it had full mouse and keyboard. I mean, it had full controller support as well, but it had a full mouse and keyboard support, and ran excellent. It was really good. I had never played Perfect Dark, and honestly, it was kind of cheating using mouse and keyboard in that game because it's made for janky N64 controls. But yeah, it was super cool, and I would love to see more games getting that kind of treatment from the N64. Like, I imagine GoldenEye with that would also be amazing. But I haven't looked into how it all works and all that. I just got the thing and set it all up. Croc. Wait, isn't Croc on PS1 though? But Croc is a platformer though, so I don't think it would benefit that much from a full PC port. But it would definitely run better and look better. I loved Croc when I was a kid, though. What I actually though, if the Ocarina of Time, port is that good, have they also done a Majora's Mask one? Because while I loved Ocarina of Time when I was a kid, I always liked Majora's Mask more because it felt so different. I loved collecting all the masks and all of that kind of stuff, so I played through both of them many times, but Majora's Mask was always my favorite. Did I ever wear Crocs when I was a kid? Well, Crocs kind of came into popularity when I was over here anyway. I think Crocs kind of came into popularity when I was a teenager, and I did get a pair of Crocs when I was a teenager, but I never really wore them that much because I don't like wearing shoes. So if I'm wearing shoes, it's probably because I'm going out somewhere that I wouldn't be wearing something like Crocs. The worst footwear ever. I mean, they're pretty comfortable. I don't really get why they get so much hate, to be honest. They're good if you're, like, on a boat, that's for sure. The Croc thing is an official remaster. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, they're not exactly attractive, but I mean, they're fucking shoes, who cares? Do you want your sandals to be sexy or something? Did Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie. Oh, wow. Oh, Banjo-Kazooie will probably be out in a few months. That's really cool. I would be very happy to play Banjo-Kazooie. I never actually 100%ed that game as a kid because I didn't own it. I played the shit out of Donkey Kong 64 and Banjo-Kazooie both, though, when I was a kid. I was big into those collectathons. Crocs feel like a super kid-friendly shoe, seeing that amount of charms. You know, I mean, yeah, I suppose. I've seen a lot of kids wearing Crocs. But to be honest, I'm not really around kids that much. The most I ever see of children is pretty much my niece. And I don't think she wears Crocs. She's a bit young for that. Man, actually, you know what other N64 games could definitely use like a good like re-release, remaster thing for PC, you know, with better controls on it? Because a lot of the N64 has a lot of games that suffer from the fact that it is N64, right? You know, they don't run very well. The FPS is terrible. The controls are clunky. The camera is awful. Blast Call? Yeah, I mean, I haven't played that one, but I know it's pretty popular. There's, I remember having fun with, I think it was called Chameleon Twist or something, just because I thought it was goofy and entertaining. It's probably a terrible game, but I remember having fun with it when I was a kid, and I never looked at it since. I loved Bomberman 64. No idea if it's good either. So many games on the N64 I played when I was a kid and loved, but never actually played again as an adult or anything, because N64 is so difficult to emulate. Yeah, actually, you know what's funny? I think I saw a speed run of it, and yeah, they're crazy, crazy good with those janky ass controls. But I had a lot of fun with the N64. Like, N64 and GameCube both, as a kid, were great because, like, so many, like, they were just so good for multiplayer. It was something that the other systems just didn't do. Being able to play Mario Party and Mario Kart with a bunch of friends, 4-player, was something that, you know, you couldn't do that on the PS1. And I would happily sit there for hours playing Mario Kart with friends. I didn't know there was a Croc competitor. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, the N64 controller is probably the worst controller I've ever used, which is saying something, because I played a lot of games on the Wii as well, and the Wii had a god-awful controller. But fortunately, the Wii was, for the most part, compatible with the GameCube controller, so it's fine. But, yeah, the N64 had a lot of issues. Let's say it was experimental, to say the least. Yeah, playing Smash, 4-player Smash, that was so fun. Even though I was pretty shit with Smash Bros. 1, I was pretty awful at it. But, you know, I still had a lot of fun playing it. I mean, to be fair, AJ, all off-brand controllers for everything at that point were terrible. Got a boomerang controller? No, I didn't. I only had the basic N64 controllers. We had two, so if we wanted to play 4-player, we had, you know, our friends had to bring theirs. I played a lot of Yoshi's Story as well, even though I never owned it. Now that I think about it, though, there really wasn't that many games on the N64 that I played more than, you know, 20 minutes of. But the ones that I did play, I enjoyed a lot. You know, like Diddy Kong Racing, Mario Kart, SM64, Yoshi's Story, like Smash Brothers. There's lots of games that were really fun at the time. I think a lot of them probably didn't age very well. But I think with a proper port, they would probably be good fun. Also, wow, that looks terrible. But you know what's funny, AJ? I reckon that's probably more functional than the actual N64 controllers, because you don't require 3 hands to use it. I remember how with the N64 controller, you either had your left hand on the middle stick or the left stick. And if it's on the left stick, then you can't use the actual control stick. And if it's on the middle stick, you can't use the D-pad or the L button. And it's like, what the hell were they thinking when they designed that controller? Like, what are you meant to do with the middle one? Like, what are you meant to do with the middle part of the controller? Hey, Pern, how's it going? Star Fox 64. Yeah, I remember having fun with that one. I never finished it when I was a kid, but I did have fun with it. I did enjoy that one. I think I never finished it, but I have seen an entire playthrough because, like, while I played some of it, my friend who owned it, like, I watched him beat it. We would usually take turns playing stuff and whatnot. The PS3 Boomerang controller. I didn't know there was a PS3 Boomerang controller. I only had the vanilla controllers for PS3 as well. Although, Star Fox 64 being the best on-rails shooter, that seems like a bold claim, just because I know there are some pretty beloved on-rails shooters. I have not played any of them, but whenever it's brought up, people always mention a couple of them that are apparently really good. I mean, I don't disagree that Star Fox 64 is great. I'm just saying, like, there seems to be quite a few on-rails shooters that people really like. Talked about the Duke controller. When people say the Duke, I usually think they're talking about the Xbox, the original Xbox brick controller. You know, that huge one that was like, who the hell was this made for? Andre the Giant? Like, I don't know what the hell they were thinking when they made the gorilla one. Yeah, like, who the hell did they make that controller for? It's just gigantic. It's like they wanted it to be like something you could put down and use like an arcade stick. Not even hold it in your hands. Just like set it on the table. Let's do this. Alright, let's take a look at this before I start the battle. What the PS3 controller was going to look like before DualShock 3. Jesus. That looks awful. That seems like it would be very awkward to use the shoulder buttons. Although, that being said, you know, it's still 2 sticks with the same buttons in roughly the same place. As long as the buttons all worked, I'm sure it would be comfortable enough, except for the shoulder buttons, which would be really awkward. I'm not sure what they were going for there. I guess they just didn't want to have the same as the PS2 and the PS1. The cyber dildo. I mean, has anyone here actually used it? Did they ever actually release it, or was it a concept? Alright. Enemies inbound.
Your days end here!
How could I miss?
How could I miss indeed? Why does everything always frickin' target verse?
I'm not dead yet.
Good damn, man.
Will do. Would you take a look at that? Spotted something.
Am I out of combat yet? I am, thank you. Just a concept? Yeah. I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Can't do that.
I feel like I might have seen a picture of that before, but... Kinda weird that I can only carry 5 camping supplies, but okay. I mean, I have seen some pretty ridiculously bad... I've seen some pretty ridiculously bad controllers over the years.
Right. Count on it.
Why is that one in red?
Interesting.
Oh, it's lootable, but I'm in combat, so I couldn't loot it.
Curious. I'm injured. Heads up. We have company.
Well,
Feet, soldier.
No, sorry.
kind of half tempted to reload and not walk into that by hitting a trap. Yeah, I might reload that. Little awkward, means I have to redo some of those fights. Wait, so what am I actually... Hang on. What am I meant to be doing here? Which side? West wall. West wall. Well, I mean, just find a way over the west wall. Not find a way over the west side of this wall. This is the west wall.
Trouble is afoot.
For the queen!
Loot. Alright.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
That's actually pretty... It took me a moment to... Took a moment for that to click there. He says, I'll stay downwind of his enemies. You know why he needs to stay downwind of his enemies? Because he smells like shit. Literally. All the time. He smells like shit all the time. Because he can't take his armor off. He shits inside his suit all the time. That's just what he does. because he can't take it off. So he just smells really bad. So he has to stay downwind from his enemies, because they would literally smell him coming.
See that? What have we here?
Canonical shitting, yeah. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can, like, get him to
Ash protects.
lure them out here. Come on, guys, come into the trap.
I'm starting to think we're bad at making friends.
Oh, everything hurts. I'm not dead yet. How could I miss?
Stop doing those goddamn AoEs, man.
You got it. I got it. I never asked.
How complicated it was to take a shit when you wore knight armor. I think it's more that, like, they would only wear the armor for as long as they had to. They needed help putting it on and taking it off, but, like, I hope you took a shit before you put it on. I think that's about it.
That
Right.
section of the wall looks suitable for climbing.
Is that all? I've got this.
Tear Forge Bronze Spear.
Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't.
Want to kill the guys down here too? Oh, that was that supplies I couldn't take. That's right.
Sorry, I can't.
No,
Sorry,
there's nothing
I
over here.
can't.
Stepping lightly.
I mean, the clothes that you'd wear underneath a full suit of armor were generally very padded and pretty heavy. Like, you didn't just wear armor over skin or something. You wore, I think what you call it, I think you call it a gambeson, right? Is the top half of the padded cloth armor that you would wear underneath chain or plate armor. Hey Fox, how's it going? Oh shit. Not main menu, thank you. But to be honest, I think in the heat of battle, they probably just didn't care. They would soil their pants and they would make their squire clean it. At the end of the day, I don't think they cared. There are worse fates than shitting your pants on the field of battle.
Heads up, we have company. Got them in my sights.
Leave the old man alone, man. Thank you. And by that I mean he died. He didn't even leave him alone. He just died. Don't recover that health. This game looks brown. Well, I mean, this is a battlefield. There's a lot of dead grass and dirt and mud. Not everything is just brown, but I see what you mean. Oh, look who it is. She's running away. I'm going to enjoy killing her.
Right. I'm not here to make friends. Right.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Smashed to pieces!
I got it.
And the water's down. Iron Marshal Erroratu has turned against me. I guess I don't get to kill her myself. Although I didn't hate her anyway. Any diabolical, tyrannical deeds yet? Not quite. Sun Soldier. Now we're dungeoning. You know what? I'm going to change my formation up a bit here. Symmetry be damned. I want... It's kind of annoying because they don't really keep their formation ever. And I want...
Send me your chat.
I want to have my tank in the front, but he never is. It's always Verse in the front. What is that? Oh, it's a sage. I'd better go for you first.
Before me.
Fine. Just fine. I don't need that rib described.
Bleed out, you little...
As you command.
Oh, that one. Can't do hard.
Why are you not attacking?
Fuck. On it.
I wonder actually, do I actually have like a maximum capacity for my party stash or what? Because I don't think I do. I think I can carry as much as I want, which I love. As someone who always loots fucking everything, I love it. But I'm kind of curious. What is this? Emerald pin. Regenerating. 1% health every 6 seconds. Hey, that's pretty good.
Right.
Send me your champion!
Did you see that?
Oh, hidden item. I gotta say, having an offensive mage is a serious game changer. Plus 15 accuracy. Holy shit, that's really good. Wait, can she, like, dual wield that? You know what? She can put it over this. Now, that is a very unflattering way to die. That is a very unflattering pose to die in for these people. Legs spread wide. Take my coin,
Can't
Witcher.
do that. Look at that, future course.
Sage and Sage Apprentice.
I'm on it. Will do.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new trick?
Why did both of these two... Wait, who are you targeting? Oh. Touch of Atrophy. I'm not good. I'm not good. I'm not sure.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not good either. But I'm not sure how good the Atrophy magic is. Because it's like an entire school of magic just for, like, debuffing.
I'll take a look. How hard could it be?
Read scroll. Learn new spell call. Sigil of Force. Also, why can't I loot that why is it glowing red? Why can't I loot that corpse? Weird.
Sorry, I can't. I'm not here to make fun.
Holy shit, that's a lot of dudes. What do we got? Sage, Sun Soldier, Archer, Outrunner.
Will do.
Yeah, like, that's what it would look like if I was still in combat, I think.
Pay attention. Kids, you might learn something.
I got it. Feels like my blood. You got it. I got it.
No, she went down. What? God damn it. You know, I'm gonna reload this fight.
On it.
The corpses are gone. They've just disappeared.
I got it.
Let's send them at me anyway!
You got it. I got it.
I will aid you.
This isn't working. I never had a chance.
I need to try a different weapon.
Can you kill that guy, please?
Grovel before me!
You got it. You got it.
Wait, what the fuck? Why are you walking over there? How is this game compared to Pathfinder? I mean, I would avoid comparing things to Pathfinder because other than the writing, Pathfinder leaves a lot to be desired. I would maybe compare it to Pillars, because like it's less heavy on the accuracy memes, I guess. But yeah, either way, it's pretty cool so far. Like the story and setting is pretty cool. The writing seems interesting. The gameplay is pretty neat. You seem to have a reasonable amount of customization. I'm not sure how hard it leads to the accuracy memes. It doesn't seem to lean into the accuracy memes anywhere near as much as Pathfinder does, but it does do so more than Pillars does. I mean, yeah, if you're playing on, like, whatever the easiest setting is on Pathfinder, which is honestly how I would recommend playing that game, because anything above that is a meme, it probably isn't much of an issue. As you get further into the game, though, if you're not using a meta build in Pathfinder, the accuracy memes get worse and worse. Like, with every chapter, the accuracy memes get worse. Unless you're using, like, a meta build, in which case they kind of get easier. If you're doing it just for a story experience, though, it is definitely worthwhile. But I would avoid comparing it to other CRPGs from a gameplay perspective, because the gameplay in Pathfinder is pretty shit. Immune to poison, hell yeah. Alright.
Sorry, I can't.
That was pretty rough, but here we are. Also, I got some skill points. Cooldown or accuracy? I think I'll just balance those two. Lantry. I think cooldown's probably more important for him. Parry weakened. Interesting. Hang on a second. So what type of damage do I do with the staff? It's crush, not pierce. So this talent is fucking useless. If I'm using a staff, it would only be useful if you were using pens. Because it only does thrust damage. You know, it's funny, the only real reason why I would be interested in, what's it called, Rogue Trader, is because I know that it's by the guys who did Pathfinder, and the writing quality is top-notch. The writing in Pathfinder, or in Wrath of the Righteous at least, is very good. The writing was really good. And it would almost make playing Rogue Trader worth it, even if just for the writing. But I feel it's kind of boring to play a CRPG only for the story. Like, a big part of what I enjoy about these games is the customization and exploration and, like, playing around with fighting and strategy and all of that shit. And all of that goes down the drain in Wrath of the Righteous. Even though the writing is good. You know, writing is not everything. What is this? Bonus to law. Plus spell slots. Spell slots would be nice if I had fucking more action bars. Divinity Original Sin 2's gameplay more? Yeah, I hear that. I really want Original Sin 3. Really want Original Sin 3. And it's actually the only reason I'd maybe be interested in Baldur's Gate 3 is purely because it's Larian, and I would expect that the writing is of good quality, and people do seem to talk up the writing of Baldur's Gate 3 a lot. But it's got accuracy memes in the fucking dialogue. So no, thank you.
Can't do that.
At once.
I feel like there's gonna be some traps in this hallway.
Can't do that.
Is Dragon's Dogma any good? Dragon's Dogma is really cool, yeah. It's an odd one. It's definitely a cool game, and it's definitely worth your time playing it. It's just funny because when I played it, it was... So I guess a bit of a pretense here. Dragon's Dogma had big designs, but it was cancelled. Like, a lot of these designs were cancelled, and they released it unfinished. So, it's a really cool game that has some kind of broken, unfinished mechanics that would have been amazing if they were finished. And so, on one hand, it is still a fun game that's really enjoyable and worth playing. You'll have a good time with it. But if they finished it, it would have been an amazing game. It would have been so good if they finished it. If they didn't release it early in an unfinished state, it would have been fucking amazing. But it was. So, like, on one hand, it's fun, but at the same time, it had the potential to be godlike. So you can't help but be a bit disappointed, because you know what it could have been? DD1 or DD2. As far as I understand, DD2 is pretty much exactly the same as DD1. All of the things that they could have done with DD1, they didn't do with DD2, so it's still kind of in the same boat. It's slightly more polished, but it doesn't actually address some of the things that were wrong with the first game. So it's like, I would play it, and I'm sure I would have a lot of fun with it, but it doesn't do the things that I wanted. They didn't give you that full pawn customization. They didn't give you multiplayer. They didn't give you any kind of like intricate control over what the pawn behavior does or what they do in certain situations and the things that they plan to do, basically. The things that they intended to do with the first game but never did, they didn't do that with the second game either. They just polished it up a bit. So it'd still be very fun, I'm sure. But that's like the whole thing is it's still a fun game. It's still a really fun game even. It's really worth your time. It's just that knowing how much potential it had, I can't not be disappointed. It's Capcom, yeah. It is Capcom. Which is extra weird, right? Because Capcom isn't exactly lacking for money. I don't know why they, like, half-assed it and released it unfinished. And you know what? They did a Dragon's Dogma online, but it was Japan only, and they didn't leave it online. They didn't leave it up for very long. They took it down. Got Dark Arisen because it was on sale. Oh, nice. It's definitely worth your time. Like, I would highly recommend playing it. It's just a matter of like, even though it's good, it's like an 8 out of 10, right? But it could have easily been a 10 out of 10 if it was released completed. If it was released complete, they didn't like cut any of the shit short, and they actually did what they intended to do, it would be a 10 out of 10 game. And that's the only reason why it's got disappointment on the back there. Look who it is. Apparently, everyone in this region of the world is sunburned, and they keep mentioning this in descriptions of people that they're sunburned. See ya. I guess if I used the other bluff, maybe the archer would have run or something. Lunchtime, enjoy your lunch night. Take pictures. Post it on Discord. Unfortunately, I don't have anything too exciting to eat at the moment. I actually really like to see pictures of stuff that people cook. I should take pictures myself, but I never really do anything too interesting. Most of the time, it doesn't look appetizing, even if it tastes great.
Your day.
Why did you run that way, you fool? And we gotta fight Ebb. Alright, so the archer is definitely a problem, so I have to take care of him.
At once, I feel terrible.
I will aid you.
Oh, the bouncing bolt. God damn. I didn't realize that was a thing that you could do, buddy.
That was beneath me.
I think my wisdom is finally catching up to my age.
You need a potion. God damn it, that bouncing bolt hits everyone every time. It's kind of annoying.
Try a different weapon.
thing couldn't pierce claw.
As you...
Let's see. Sorry, I didn't read any of chat. It's like, English muffins. Oh yeah, that's right, because, different regions call them different things. I'm assuming that, the US, McDonald's has got those muffins, right? What do they call them? The US McDonald's has got something like that. They do over here, and they're just called bacon and egg muffin or whatever it is that they call them. But surely they call them English muffins, do they? Because I'm pretty sure over here we might just call them muffins. I haven't bought them in a while. Might call them English muffins. Usually, if I go to McDonald's, is the only time that I would actually get one of those types of muffin. But like if I was to purchase them at the supermarket, I'm not sure what they would call them. Even though they're from Germany. Are they? I think I think a lot of things, especially when it comes to bread in Europe, the origins are pretty muddled, and also like a lot of places were doing something similar at the same time, and everyone lays claim to who did it first. That wasn't actually too bad. A lot of food things are like that, where it's like, um, you know, it's been around in many countries for hundreds of years, and all of them are like, no, it originally came from here. And a lot of the time it's like, yeah, it's quite possible that, all of you kind of came to something similar, and it's just worked out that way. Hey, Fish, how's it going? It's all American, yeah. You know what? I remember talking to someone a while back. This was years ago now. I was talking to someone about, food coming from which country you're from and all that. And I was like, well, America doesn't really have, just like Australia doesn't, America doesn't really have that many, like, dishes that have originated purely from the US, right? A lot of it is, most of it even, is what other people have brought over. And, like, it's not that you don't have any. Obviously, the US has got its own things that they have come up on their own. But the funny thing about this conversation wasn't that. It was that this guy claimed pizza is American because they started putting cheese on it. And cheese is now a staple for pizza. And I was like, okay. Like, pizza is not an American thing. Putting cheese on it is something that Americans apparently popularized, but, like, pizza isn't an American thing. And I was just like, all right, dude. Nachos are American? Like corn chips? Like, it's not that, no, nothing has come out of America as far as food goes. America's got more coming out of it than Australia does, that's for sure. Tiger pie. What is tiger pie? I know shepherd's pie. Really, that's a interesting bit of lore there. That's actually really cool. If that's true, that's actually really cool. Shepherd's pie is pretty good. I would never say no to shepherd's pie. Haven't had one in quite a while, actually. First pizza was a margarita. Wait, really? Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not too well learned on the history of pizza. I just know it's been around for a very long time. And originally they didn't like have a base of cheese on it, which is standard feature at this point. Having a shitload of cheese on pizza at this point is standard feature. Um, but yeah, apparently the putting all of the cheese on the pizza, apparently that was an American innovation. And props to them because it was a good innovation. I like cheese. Tiger pie is kind of like pie and mash. What, like a shepherd's pie then? Is that not just a shepherd's pie? Shepherd's pie is usually a beef or pork pie that has got mashed potato on top of it instead of usually it's got like some like peas and carrots or some kind of vegetables in the mix as well, but it's got mashed potato on top instead of a pastry top. Crusted pie with beef mince. Let me Google this. Tiger pie. I've never heard the term myself. Because let's see. Curry tiger pie. Oh, so it's like a regular beef pie with mashed potato on top, rather than a shepherd's pie which doesn't have a crust top. It's just got mashed potato on top. That is like such a minor distinction. It's like such a minor distinction. Mushy peas and gravy. Yeah, yeah. I've never been a fan of putting the mushy peas on top, but some people love it. Shepherd's pie should have cheese as well. Yeah, I mean, that's always a nice addition. Yeah, I've never heard of tiger pie though, funnily enough. But I mean, I'm sure I've seen places that have it, and I just would have called it shepherd's pie. The distinction is basically that it's a regular pie with potato on it, rather than being an open top pie that has mashed potato on top. Minor changes can be big changes in taste, though. I think in this case, you probably wouldn't notice the difference because you're already biting into a bunch of pastry. It would just be slightly more pastry. Because I know for many of the Americans or non-Australians or Brits, probably anyone who isn't Australian or English, or not necessarily English, from the UK, um, probably have not had a meat pie as we know it, which is like a pastry bowl with uh, like beef and meat and gravy. Um, as opposed to like a pot pie, which is basically meat and gravy with a pastry top, right? I think I've never really had a pot pie. But anyway, meat pies are a staple here. And I think um, you wouldn't taste the difference too much. If you got like a regular beef pie and put mashed potato on top, as opposed to a shepherd's pie, which is basically just a regular meat pie, except you've got mashed potato instead of a pastry top. Yeah, I think chicken pot pie is kind of the closest thing that you got over there in the US. You can get like a British meat pie over there, but you have to go somewhere that sells it apparently. So I know a few people who have gone out of their way, like Americans that I've met online, who have gone out of their way after talking to me to find somewhere that sells meat pies as I know them. And they've all loved them. To me, it seems baffling that you guys don't have them as a normal thing because, like, it seems like something that Americans would be all about, to be honest. It's fucking meat in a convenient pastry package. It's delicious. And I know Americans love their meat. So I'm like, I would think you guys would be all about it. But apparently not. But anyway, there are places that sell it. Like, if you live in, like, If you live in like a built-up area, like capital city or something, you'd surely be able to find a place that does it. But yeah, prefer meat buns. What, like Asian style meat buns with like a little bit of meat filling? I do like those a lot too, but they are super not the same thing to me. I love those as well, but I would not like compare the two, right? Steak and ale pie. Yeah. Oh, I used to work at an Irish pub, and they did a beef and Guinness pie, and I ate way too many of those things because I would get them for super cheap. I'd get them for like $1 or something because I was the one making them. So I would get them super cheap, and I would eat them all the fucking time, and never got old. I could eat those beef and Guinness pies every day. Steak and kidney pie. I'm pretty sure I've had steak and kidney pie. I've had plenty of different versions of meat pie. I really like a good curry pie, but a lot of places don't do the curry ones. Like okay, I mean, in Australia, bakeries are everywhere. You got to find a bakery on every other block. So like they're everywhere. And every bakery does pies. If you could find a bakery that doesn't do pies, unless it's like specifically like a dessert patisserie that only does cakes and dessert stuff, you're going to be hard pressed finding a bakery that doesn't do pies in Australia. And they are fucking everywhere. And a lot of them don't do the curry pie though, which is unfortunate. But yeah, kind of want a pie now. I used to in a town that I used to live in. There was this pretty big bakery that it had a fucking drive-through. It was a drive-through bakery, and they did a roast lamb pie, and god damn it was good. I could eat one of those every day too. Probably not very good for me, but I'd do it anyway. Worked in an Italian restaurant. I have not worked in an Italian restaurant. I've worked in a few, but I have not worked in an Italian one. And I would have loved that because, when you're on staff, you get the food on the cheap or in some cases free. Or at least that is how it is here. If you're working in hospitality, if you do a certain amount of hours, like if you do a shift for a certain amount of hours, I believe they are legally obligated to give you a meal, if you want one. So some places are shady, and they'll specifically not put anyone on long enough to ensure that you are owed this meal. But most places will just give you it anyway, even if you haven't done the prerequisite amount of hours. Got everything for free, nice. Yeah, I mean, worked as a chef. I'm not a qualified chef, no, but I have worked as a cook. I am not a qualified chef, but I have worked in a few restaurants and all that good stuff. I do not miss it. I would never go back. It is a terrible place to be, but you get cheap or free food, and that's nice. I mean, most places where I was not, like, they'd make you, like, unless you were not actually kitchen stuff, like for the wait staff and whatnot, obviously the kitchen staff would make it for you. But if you worked in the kitchen, you had to make that meal for yourself. Like that, you're not gonna ask someone else to do it for you. They're going to be like, "What the fuck? Make it yourself if you want it. Get out of here." Yeah, like if you wanted your free meal, you had to make it yourself, unless you were wait staff. But the wait staff always tried to suck up to the chefs because it's good to be on their side. Because when there's a little something extra, they're going to be giving that to someone they like. They're not going to just put it on the counter for anyone. They're going to be like, "Hey man, got an extra plate here. You want it?" I do indeed miss those beef and Guinness pies, though. Too bad I don't live anywhere near it anymore. Like, I'm not even on that part of the country anymore. Because I could go in there and just be like, hey, is such and such still the head chef here? And be like, hey man, hook me up with the pie. Betray alliance. Gore thrust. What the hell is gore thrust? Yeah, you know, I used to buy garlic bread, actually, but once I realized how easy it is to make your own, I kinda haven't done that in a long time. Homemade garlic bread is just a cut above, you know? Can't go back. Why would this even matter what I say here? There's two ways to say the same thing. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that fan theory thing. It's like one of those things where it's such a ridiculous stretch, but you could disprove it. I don't know. The fan theory shit that people go into especially in Square games is absurd, but kind of funny at the same time. People read way too deep into nothing because they want there to be something that isn't there. Squall is real and alive and chilling in New Zealand. That's an interesting fan theory. I wouldn't mind chilling in New Zealand. I don't know, when you include things like multiverse and alternate timeline bullshit, quite literally anything is permissible in anything. Any story, doesn't matter. Any world, any story, any setting. If you include multiverse and alternate timeline shit, anything is permissible. And at that point, why bother? Your staff, I want it. I'd get that staff if I killed her anyway. I do hereby pledge my life and loyalty to Doris. I mean, I don't actually want her in the active party, so... Okay. Yeah, game is too quiet. Yeah, I do wish it had a bit more music. It's kind of unfortunately common in CRPGs to have like quiet ambience instead of constant music. It's one of the downsides of CRPGs, I guess. You know what, Fox? Maybe if they did that, I would be suddenly more interested in 7 Remake. Because you know what? I can disregard the trash story if the gameplay was good. But I mean, the gameplay was alright in the first one at least. It's just it had high highs and very low lows. Yeah. Also, the other thing though is since I don't narrate everything, and this game doesn't have a lot of voice acting, I get that. It must be kind of jarring. In other, like, when I was playing Pillars, for example, there was a lot of voice acting in Pillars. So, like, me just going through dialogue, it was like, whatever, someone else is talking. Didn't like the combat. I mean, I liked the fundamentals of the combat in 7 Remake, but the magic system was just trash. So, like, it just felt like very mixed. But I've gone over that a million and one times. I'm sure I don't need to go over it again. But I haven't played the second part yet, so yet or well, I don't intend to. So this is really odd. Also, I got, what was this? Gore Thrust, two-handed, bloodthirsty, enraged on kill. This spear was formerly used to display impaled enemy combatants as examples to their countrymen. It's quite good, but I don't have a two-handed spear user, so I don't know what I'm going to do with that thing. A two-handed spear, or a two-handed weapon user, I should say. I guess Ebb's just gonna chill in here. Spire rest bonus. +5 all skills until next rest. Interesting. Ascension Hall. So am I straight up just in the middle of Ascension Hall now? Yep. We've got some delicious baked goods etched onto the ground. We have some loot here too.
Sorry, I can't.
Why can't I touch it? There we go. Sunset Spire, Bastard City. So the Bastard City, I think, is where I need to go to meet the Tunon guy. Yep, Bastard City. And Stirring Visions, I'll have to go to speak to what's-his-face. Find a way to the Lethian's Crossing Spire. So there's several spies around and obviously magically connected. Lethian's Crossing Spire. Wait, so where am I now? I'm in Vendrian's Well now. Where's Lethian's Crossing? I thought Lethian's Crossing was in Vendrian's Well. Obviously not. Oh. Lethian's Crossing is the Sunset Spire. Okay. Well, I gotta find out how to get there. Before that, I'm going to the Bastard City to see Tunon. 2 days, 7 hours, and 30 minutes to complete the journey. Will we get attacked along the way? Apparently not.
Better, faster, and stronger.
And apparently she leveled up from that journey. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. Lady Lucretius. It's a lot of people here. A few fate binders too. Blood mulch, what a name.
You call yourselves officers of Kairos' army, but your conduct falls short of my expectations. The court finds your accounts of Vendrian's well lacking, rife with misdirection and fallacy, fouled with baseless accusation. Silence. The contradictions in your statements will be examined, and falsities threshed from truths. If we find you have perjured yourselves, Bled and Mark will see to your fate. Fatebinder, we will start with the matter of the Archons. Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat have declared war upon each other. In addition to violating Kairos' peace, they have thrown the conquest of the Tears into disarray. By all accounts, these hostilities began shortly after your arrival. Tell us what transpired. The Fatebinder presents testimony. I warn you both against speaking out of turn. Something more than a mere disagreement unraveled this campaign, but I will return to that in time. Let us speak of Ascension Hall. From all accounts, it would seem you were instrumental in its capture, or so the petitioner of the Scarlet Chorus testifies. The disfavored commander has a dimmer view of the matter. Lend me your perspective. The edict meant certain doom if the siege failed. So why, when your survival depended on it, did you join your strength to the Scarlet Chorus and not the elite disfavored? I will consider this testimony at length. The court thanks you for it. Is there anything you wish to add at this time?
I wonder if there's anything that you could add here if you had done more things or something like that. It seems weird that they would give me the option if I've only got one option.
Your testimony is accepted by the court. The statements of our guests raise questions in my mind. There is much about this campaign that has caused me to wonder. A shipment of iron weapons was short on arrival. Where coveted iron is concerned, I don't believe it to be a clerical error. One of my agents recovered this seal in Echo Call. It belongs to a merchant collective. Lethian's Crossing is teeming with their kind. If you would root out treachery, I would advise starting there. Petitioners, leave us. I would have a private audience with the Fatebinder. Ascend and join me. You will find the way opened.
I do want to talk
I
to
got
them
it.
all, but I don't really feel like it right now. Damn, he's got pretty high stats.
This feud is an insult to Kairos' peace. It should not have taken the better part of a year to silence the last vestiges of the Oathbreakers. Our allies squabble while our enemies regroup. It falls upon the court to measure the extent of the damage and to execute the agents of disorder. I suspect that treachery, negligence, disunity, and greed have infected one or both of our esteemed allies. Until you are instructed otherwise, this matter is the court's primary focus. Graven Ash and the voices of Nerat must be examined in close detail. You are charged with observing the Archons and presenting your case that one of them has wrought chaos and disorder upon the Tiers. It's possible, but the momentum of the conquest up to this point suggests otherwise. The failure at Vendrian's Well implies a coordinated will behind the chaos. As always, you will be held accountable for what you do in the court's name, but you are free to conduct your investigation in the manner of your choosing. You must expect lies, misdirection, and manipulation. Suffer not such obstructions of justice. They say the voices of Nerat holds you in higher regard than most. Use this alliance to enter his confidence. It seems unlikely the Archon of Secrets is more honest with friends than with rivals, but to his friends, he has been known to divulge much. The disfavored will likely be less cooperative with your investigation. They will no doubt assume Graven Ash's honor is beyond reproach, which is all the more reason to scrutinize the Archon of War closely. And if the ironclad forces discourage your inquiry, I charge you to make them talk. Speak their language of battle if you must. Your fellow Fatebinders have been busy acting as my eyes and ears. I have a few leads for you to follow. You should, of course, speak with your brothers and sisters of the court if you need further counsel. Though the disfavored were triumphant in the Blade Grave, I understand that their troubles within the region are unfinished. Talk to the disfavored commanders serving in the Blade Grave. Perhaps they can shine some light on the origins of this feud. The Oathbreakers were reported to be using iron armaments, more than they might acquire from looting what few disfavored they killed. Any iron in the tiers not rusted through was made by forge-bound hands in Lethian's Crossing. Between craftsman and quartermaster, someone let iron fall into enemy hands. Investigate this matter and bring the thieves to justice. There is a final matter to discuss. A sensitive topic. In spite of the many shortcomings at Vendrian's Well, you managed to make a name for yourself. You proclaimed an Edict of Kairos, resolved its demanding conditions, and ascended the mountain spire. Any one of these feats would be worthy of recognition by the highest authority. You managed to accomplish 3. It pleases me that you grasp your role, as long as you temper it with a sense of duty. Whether by design or by accident, you have captured the attention of Kairos' army and the local tiersmen alike. This is no small opportunity, and the court charges you with exploiting your new standing to its fullest potential. You have a title in our hierarchy. However, it's a little-known secret that one's standing in the world is determined by their infamy, their deeds, and how they come to be known. Mind this notion as you bring justice to this lawless frontier. There may come a time when your deeds speak for you louder than any title. Whatever you did to capture the attention of the masses at Vendrian's Well, I would encourage you to do so again. You begin to understand. Whether your acts are favorable or heinous, it falls to you to bring greatness to this campaign. You are dismissed. Should the court have need of your presence, you will receive word. Go forth and do my bidding, and bring glory and honor to the tears in Kairos' name.
That was loud. He didn't tap his gavel or rap his gavel against the floor. He fucking slammed that shit into the floor. And he disappeared. And he teleported over there. I get the feeling that both of them are guilty of doing different things. Because it seems implied that both of them were conspiring with the Oathbreaker guys, and they kind of just hinted at it, both, separately, but I get the feeling that they would just do whichever one, they would just imply it for whichever one you happen to side with. I did indeed get to meet with Tunon. Bit of free rep. I mean, I haven't really got any choices to do anything evil at this point. I don't really have that much freedom at this point. I could just, like, do the thing, or do the thing while saying you're an asshole at the same time. I really haven't had any choice other than siding with one or the other. Or at the very end, I could have said fuck you and gone my own, I guess. But that would have otherwise been still the same. Nope, she doesn't want to talk. Oh, it's the first time I've seen this guy. Kind of weird that he automatically loses favor with you upon talking to him before any dialogue options, but alright. I guess he just doesn't like the Scarlet Chorus. Gain major favor by insulting him? What the fuck? I've not actually played. Well, actually, I've played basically no Star Wars games. I played like 2 Star Wars games. I played one on the Super Nintendo when I played that Jedi Fallen Order game. I think that's actually pretty much it. Actually, no, that's not true. I did play. I did play a Star Wars game on the Xbox. I don't remember which one it was though, but that was just me and my friends messing around in multiplayer. I know Knights of the Old Republic are really, really popular. Yeah, I don't know which one it was that I played on the Xbox. But it was like, I don't know, like a third person hack and slashy kind of thing, but it had like a multiplayer arena battler. I don't know which one it was. There's probably a bunch of Star Wars games on the Xbox, but I played that one a bit with friends. Yeah, it could be that one. I don't actually. I wouldn't be able to confirm with the night unless I saw like screenshots from the game. Jumping into the bath because it's cold today. I couldn't tell you the last time I had a bath. Like, I have. I guess I had a bathtub at the last place that I was at, but I always opted to shower instead, and for years before that, I never had a bathtub, I only had showers. I'm not sure what temperature it is here. It's probably like 10 degrees or something. But it's never cold in the apartments, so. How can you both get favor and wrath in one statement with the same person? All of these are correct. That sounds like some pretty Star Wars shit. I like that. I don't know. Any time that you get the option to be like an evil character in an RPG, I like to take it. But most of the time it's just shit. Like most of the time evil is just haha, I don't like you, stab. And that's just fucking boring. Like there is a lot more to evil than just oh, haha, stab, I don't like you. That's why I liked characters like Regal in Wrath of the Righteous. You know, lawful evil can be really interesting. Too bad it's never done well.
Will do.
Alright. He has moderately high stats. Ambush. I like evil, cancel him. You know, I like it when there's more to the bad guy than just, yes, yes, I'm so evil that I enjoy doing evil things. Watch me do something evil and laugh about how evil it is and how I enjoy doing evil things. Yes. And then he curls his mustache because he's just that evil. That's entertaining. It gets kind of boring though. I kind of like my villains to have a little bit more going on, you know? It's entertaining. And I do enjoy a canonically hates JRPGs. Not all JRPGs have got shitty villains. The there are some movies that I like it when the bad guy gets away with it in a movie though. Like spoilers I guess for an old movie, but The Usual Suspects, for example, was pretty good for it. I didn't see it coming. Also, the whole bathing, like showering before you bath, it's not really, at that point, it's not really about having a bath to get clean. It's just about relaxation. I don't know if you've ever been to like a hot spring or a bathhouse or something like that, but you don't really go to a place like that to get clean. You go there as a way to relax. A group of mercenaries, members of the Bronze Brotherhood, are blocking the road to Lethian's Crossing. Luca Blight was a good villain? You think so? I would disagree. I think Luca Blight was entertaining, but he wasn't a good villain. He's basically Kefka. He's just crazy. He's just crazy and he's powerful. He's entertaining, but he's not like a well-written character. He's just fucking crazy. Like, that's just his thing. He's crazy. He wants to fuck things up because it's fun. Very entertaining. But he's not like a good villain. You could replace him with anyone and it would make zero difference to the story. It would change nothing. Because he's not like doing anything that only he could do. He's just a powerful guy. That's all. I mean, like, obviously he's in a position of power because of his birth, but anyone crazy could have done it, you know? Must start some cleaning. Well, enjoy your walk and your cleaning, Helico. But, like, I don't mind a villain like that. I don't mind the classic, just crazy evil guy. That's entertaining. But the characters like that just make me appreciate the rare few that are like, they've got more going on. And actually, you know what? A decent example is actually Garland and Kuja from Final Fantasy IX. They're actually pretty good villains. They have objectives besides just wanting power. There's more to their story than meets the eye. They've got a bit of a backstory that makes it, makes sense why they're doing what they do. And Kuja isn't just some crazy evil guy. Like, he's got more going on, you know? And that makes them pretty enjoyable to deal with. And maybe even feel bad for killing them. I think if you feel bad for killing the bad guy, that's probably good. There's probably enough going on with that character to make him worthwhile. Whereas, like, a lot of the time, the villain is just Kefka, you know? It's just some crazy guy that just wants power to take over the world or destroy it or whatever it is that the evil guy's trying to do. And it's like they're literally Hitler, right? The point is that they're literally Hitler. You couldn't possibly feel bad for killing them because they're irredeemably evil. There's nothing more going on besides them wanting to destroy the world. Kuja? You mean Necron's opening act? I'll pretend you didn't say that. Yeah, Vayne was a really good one, too. Vayne was a really good one. He does some terrible things, and he's very heavy-handed about how he's going about what he wants to do. But you can't really say that what he wants, that his end goals are evil, necessarily. Like, he's actually a really good character. But, I mean, it's one of the Matsuno games, so would you expect any less, I guess. Characters like that, you know, I think characters like that are almost kind of elevated by the sheer quantity of characters that are not well written like that. Now, I'm not saying that, like, Vayne and Kuja are the best villains ever or something. There's better characters than that. But in Final Fantasy, there aren't very many villains that are that good. Most of the villains in Final Fantasy are pretty whatever. Remember FF8's villain? You mean that, the hot goth lady? Which one? Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes it interesting, Fox. That's what makes it interesting, and I love a villain like that. Like, they have his motive wasn't to just take over the world or something. Like, he had reasonable goals that you couldn't really fault him for having, but he was definitely going about it the wrong way, and you didn't really have any choice but to stop him. Like, it's not like you could just say, it's not like you could reasonably side with him, but at the same time, you can't really just say that everything he's doing is wrong, and that he had terrible goals, or he was just being evil or something. Like, he had reasonable goals. He had, if anything, you could argue in some ways that he had noble goals, but he was going about them the wrong way, and that's what makes him interesting. And I really like that.
My armor isn't getting any cleaner standing here.
Your armor's never getting cleaner. You shit in your suit. Yeah, I mean, that's also true. It's probably proportional to the amount of good riders to bad riders out there. Yeah. Like, I mean, Vayne's objectives were pretty, if anything, noble. Like, the fate of humanity is pretty much controlled by these deities, whether you call them gods or not. And he wanted to wrest control from them and take it back for the humans, so the mortals living on the planet actually had control over the world and their own fate. You know, that's a pretty reasonable goal, right? How he was going about doing this was kind of fucked up. But it kind of got out of control. I don't think he really intended for it to be that way. At first. But, you know, he was ruthless. And that's just the way he went about it. So, of course, he had opposition. So, Lex Luthor. I don't know enough about Lex Luthor, to be honest. Sephiroth is kind of a funny one because everyone loves Sephiroth. But he's just another Kefka. His entire story is that he read the wrong book and he had some false information and he went crazy. That's basically his whole thing. He got the wrong information and because he didn't go to the correct lab and read the wrong fucking books. Wow, good job, buddy. Your entire crusade was based on literal misinformation. Fake news. Good job. Still entertaining. Still has some cool scenes. Reading makes you evil, yeah. Although you could argue, though, there, Fox, that maybe, you know, he's just a really good politician. No politician is going to say that he wants to enslave the people. He's going to, you know, pretend that he's on their side and slowly turn it into slavery. That's the politician's way. You could just say that he's a genius in that regard. But hey, that's why, it's got nuanced writing, and that's why Final Fantasy XII story is cool. And that's why I enjoy games like that, and I enjoy things like Tactics Ogre, because I like that writing style. It's a little bit more nuanced. It's got a pretty big focus on things like political intrigue and the larger picture and big pieces at play, not just like the actions of the few anime protagonists. Hojo was the real villain of 7. Yeah, he pretty much was, I guess. Lex Luthor's main hatred of Superman was that humanity can never compare to him, and they rely on him too much. He wants humans to be superior. I mean, that's pretty reasonable. I think I would probably agree. But he is pretty much just the cartoonish villain, isn't he? He's just trying to sabotage Superman. FFT and Tactics Ogre were both based on the Yugoslav wars. I didn't know that. Well, Matsuno, the writer of those games, uh, he used to be a international political journalist. Before he wrote for video games, he was a political journalist. So it makes sense that his stories are pretty heavily based on large-scale political intrigue. That's actually pretty interesting, though. I've never really looked at anything Superman related. I've just never been into superhero stuff in general, to be honest. Alright, who the fuck are these people? Bronze Brotherhood. Mercenary company from the Free Cities. Huh. I feel like this game has got a lot of like world lore that's been pre-written, and I'm gonna need to read a lot, like into backstory, because it's like an established world kind of thing. I want to kill this guy when I get the chance. At least he got punched. Hmm. Alright, let's try and kill him. And he just runs away.
Come at me, brave meat. On it.
As you command.
You got it.
Graven Ash protects.
On. I got it.
Wait, why did he disengage just then? Kinda weird, but okay.
I'll take that.
And why isn't this guy dying? What the fuck? Jesus.
I am a shield wall unto myself.
I'm on it.
Take more than that.
I see as the crow flies.
Well, he went down like a sack of shit.
Oh, someone stitch me up.
And that's a wound.
Sorry about that.
Who are all these corpses, though? Kinda weird. So I don't want to kill this chick over here,
Send me
though.
your champion.
This isn't working. Take ready for another?
Right.
Bronze Brotherhood Warhammer. That's worth a lot of money.
On the lookout.
So she's gone. I guess the named NPCs leave. I would rather have this band under my control than dead. So I guess I'll reload.
Will do.
Means I have to go through these conversations again. Although, you know what? I think I'll just do said conversations next time. Because it's late. And I'm just going to be railroaded into more story after this anyway. So I think, even though I could kill those guys, I didn't get to kill the guy that I wanted to kill. So this was kind of meaningless. But I think I'll definitely try to take out that leader and put that other chick in charge and have them under my command, if I can. Either way, made decent progress. We did get past the edict thing. You know, we definitely made some progress in this one. Let's see, though. Wait, why the hell did... Whoops. Let's see here. Man, everyone's playing Visions of Mana. Everyone's playing Visions of Mana. Is anyone playing this game? Wonder if it's good? I have no idea. I've just been seeing heaps. I've been seeing a heap of people doing sponsored streams or whatever, promotional streams where they've been given a copy to play it on stream. No one's playing this game. I wouldn't have expected it, uh, since I didn't with any of the other Mana games. It's kind of meh. Well, I wouldn't know. But yeah, seeing a lot of people play it. No one's playing anything that I want to watch right now, though. What's my... Okay, let's go with the Twitch recommended. I mean, there is something that I want to watch, but like, he's got 2,000 viewers. I'm not hosting that. Recommended channels. Let's see. Speedrun. 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 Hundreds of viewers. Speedrun. Why does it always recommend speedruns? I really just don't watch much in the way of speedruns. Maybe, like, I do watch some former speedrunners. Maybe they've still got the speedrun tag, and that's what's confusing the algorithm here. But, like, I so very rarely watch speedruns, and it's weird that it constantly, almost exclusively recommends me speedrunning. Well, I don't get recommended the hot tub streamers. I remember, though, for a while there, I was. But that was at the time where, like, I had watched a bunch of clips that were posted in Discord, people, like, pointing out, oh, look at this dumb shit that this hot tub streamer's done. So I had in my history, like, maybe 2 or 3 clips or something, right? And right then, that was it. Recommended all hot tub streamers, but that was a while back, and I haven't had any recommended to me in fucking ages. But they, like, that was the one thing. So speedrunners have never left my recommended. But the hot tub streamers, they were there very briefly. Maybe for a week or two, they were there like crazy. That was it. That was the only thing it was giving me. But then it stopped. Probably because I didn't watch any of them. But the thing is, I don't watch speedrunners either. Not really, anyway. There's 1 or 2 that I occasionally watch. Like, that's it. And it's just never gone away. I used to watch speedruns all the time. I used to watch a lot of speedrun stuff, but not in a long time. Now there's 1 or 2 speedrunners that I occasionally watch because I know them, but otherwise I'm not seeking out speedrunners, really. If I'm interested in watching speedruns nowadays, it's usually on YouTube, because I'm looking at someone's, like, if I finish a game and I'm interested in seeing the speedrun of the game, I'll look up whatever the record is or something, and I usually end up watching that on YouTube. So that wouldn't even be in my Twitch history. So I don't even know what the deal is. It really wants me to like to watch speedrunners, but I don't know. Curse to the speedrunner recommendation hell zone. Yeah, like most of the time I don't want to watch speedruns because like it's kind of boring watching resets. The speedrunners that I do watch, I watch like I occasionally watch PK. Usually he streams like super late or erratically, so I don't get to watch him. But he does speedrunning, and I watch P-Town from time to time. But like, that's it, really. I don't watch any other speedrunners. Maybe, like, because I do watch some former speedrunners that do casual games now, maybe they still have the speedrun tag associated with them. But I don't know. How's it going, Samato? Speedrunner that drinks coffee. That'll be all of them. Every goddamn one of them. Like, I like speedruns. I just don't like watching endless resets. Speedruns are cool to watch, especially the planning and routing that goes into them. But, like, I don't like watching resets. It's just kind of boring. And most of the time, if you're watching speedrunners, they're doing resets. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to watch that. The other reason why I watch the speedrunners that I do is because I know them, and I'm not watching what they're doing that much. I'm mostly there just chilling and talking shit with them. Or, like, not everyone resets all the time. You know, some people just do completed runs. Like some speedrunners that I used to watch who don't even stream anymore, you know, they would just, you know, they just casually did speed runs, and they would just be like, I've got enough time to do a run, and they'll do a no reset run. But most speedrunners don't want to do no reset runs, because if it's not a PB, they're out. Yeah, exactly. At that point, I'm watching it because I like the streamer, not because I'm watching the speedrun. And, you know, not that against speedrunners, but, like, I don't want to watch resets. I don't want to watch the first 15 minutes of a game over and over and over and over again. It's really fucking boring. Yeah, like, I'm way more into watching casual playthroughs of games and doing casual playthroughs of games. I'm way more into watching challenge runs. I love watching challenge runs. When people are doing, like, ridiculous challenges to games, I mean, granted, most of the time if I'm watching challenge runs, it's usually Souls games. But that stuff's entertaining to see. Challenge runs that don't require you to reset over and over and over again. Tyranny solo. Can you even do that? Like, is that actually an option? Can you dismiss party members and just only have your main character? Is EXP divided? Like, would you be able to do that and just be over leveled? Would it be possible? But I guess that's a conversation for another time. Oh, so you can do it. Interesting. Because, like, it's late. I want to go and eat. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I got a headache. It's all the things that I need to get up. I need to get some fresh air. I'm surprised that I managed to go this long. I thought I might be ending early because of the headache. But no, I'm doing all right. But either way, I'm done for tonight. I will be back tomorrow. And hopefully, I will see you all then. But until then, here is the Discord. Do join. Your streamer demands it. Hopefully, see you all next time, either here or on Discord, elsewhere on Twitch, wherever it may be. But have a good one. Stay tyrannical. And see you next time.